Hello again, Strokwap. Welcome back. Another evening of me streaming, or it could be daytime where you are. And it is Christmas evening. Actually, it is the day after the Christmas Day evening, not Christmas evening, but the day of Christmas evening. So yeah, uh, if you're celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, or whatever holiday, happy holidays to everyone. And today I will be trying to figure out some more stuff about Conrad. I did spend a lot of time last night and today farming gear and stuff for Conrad, and I did get some things I wanna try out. And first of all, what I will be trying would be I will be trying a build for the Skaven Killer for the Pistolier set with armor piercing. So I've prepared some items to equip with armor piercing, and we'll see whether this would turn out to be a good combo. Let's see, what am I losing here? Good quality and maximum HP. Not too much HP loss though. So I'm going for the damage and armor piercing blessings, which means the HP will be very low. Very low HP. So I'm hoping it's not too bad. So my gauntlets, the new ones I equipped, don't have any HP on them. Very bad. Boot wise, at least the boots have some HP and more than the old ones. Now shields, amulets, rings and a weapon. For the shields, I think this is my best one at the moment. It's gonna be difficult to pick another one, so I'm gonna just rework the blessings on that one. This gives me 7 armor piercing. I need the cooldown reduction the most from the shield and the crit chance actually. What I need from this shield is the crit chance. This one is the only shield that's with crit chance and gives me good stats. This is another one that gives me some crit chance and cooldown reduction even. And this one is cooldown reduction but no crit chance, but for now I'm gonna go for the Pavis of Anger I've equipped. And I've prepared... oh, I just looted that the last game. Oh, let's compare, cause Grudge Settler might be better than Magnus's gift. I'm losing 15 cooldown reduction if I use the Grudge Settler. And the cost reduction is fine. Even without it, will be strong, but I don't think it's worth losing this cooldown reduction. I will bless it and check which one would be the better option. I will switch between the two. I will try with Chaos 5 and then Chaos 6, and if I think it's possible, I will even push Chaos 7 with a Pistolier build centered around armor piercing. I think I can get around 70% armor piercing for the Pistolier. Pistolier has 30, this gives me 7, this gives me 14. From the gear altogether I'm getting close to 20, with all pieces being armor piercing. So I'm getting close to 70 something armor piercing, I think, with all things considered. So do I need this amulet? The thing is, I have very bad accessories on this dude. I really have the worst possible accessories on this dude. And it just doesn't want to drop me accessories. It keeps dropping me armor and weapons, but accessories unfortunately are very low. There's a chance to drop, no, not blessing. So let's compare. This one with more crit chance might be better, but the one with cooldown reduction is also a good thing. Anything with cost reduction would be good for me because Pistolier drains the energy like hell. Hmm. Well, I guess what I've got is my best bet for now. I did get this ring, I think is new for me, or maybe was it this one being recently dropped. One of those two dropped like an hour ago when I was farming. Crit chance cooldown. Crit chance, crit damage, armor piercing. I do need the crit chance though. I mean, even if I don't have armor piercing on the rings, it's fine. This one gives me HP though. I will probably try and play with this one, and I'm sacrificing a lot of crit chance. My crit chance at the moment is 42, so it's not so bad. But this will change. First off, this one is gonna go away. But yeah, stacking armor piercing, I thought this might be the best way to play a pistolier build. If it doesn't work out, I'm gonna go for HP and damage build and get like 250, 260,000 HP instead of just 200,000 that I've got right now. We'll see which one works better. So 2 more things to bless and then we're good to go. So in theory we can get over 80% armor piercing if every piece gives me armor piercing. If the shield gives me armor piercing, the main hand, regardless whether it's a hammer or a sword, gives me armor piercing, and if the accessories give me that. Together with the blessings, which is between 18 and 20% from blessings, it can really open up a ton of armor piercing with the 30% from pistolier. And that by itself should result in huge damage boost. Okay, I think we're ready. Right now I've got, without the built-in armor piercing of pistolier, 44.1. That means I've got 74.1 with it. I will not change the build, I'll leave it the way it was a few days ago when I played pistolier. I think this is not a bad setup. Just let's check it. Chaos 5 first. Enemy damage, enemy HP. I spent a lot of time farming for fragments in invasions and other stuff. That was easy. So I'm prepared for that. I'm prepared to die a lot. I probably want a banner though. I probably don't want the... I'm not liking the damage. I should be doing more than what I'm seeing. Should be doing 15, 20, 30 million on this difficulty. Okay, let's try with the banner. Maybe things would change if I use one. Cooldown reduction, energy cost. Yeah, this is the better one, because I don't need the counter attack damage. Taunt. If I go for taunt too. Block chance 1%, energy gain 6%. This also gives me damage though. This one's more energy. I'd rather go for the one with more energy. Then I can do this now. Banner. So I've got energy gain here. I've got energy gain here, which would come from this place. Still not liking the damage. Why is it so low? Okay, maybe it's time to rework the god skills. Instead of getting this one, I'm gonna go the old school way. Where else was the crit chance and crit damage? I wanna stack the crit damage. Oh, this is cooldown reduction, not bad. I could get some extra crit damage if I go all the way there. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points and cooldown reduction. And then I could get some extra damage here and crit damage. I also get Sigmar's Blessing 3 instead of 1 now. Still not sure whether I want Sigmar's Rat or whether I wanna get something from the new place like this one. This reduces the armor and would stack with my armor piercing. Still not sure what the best way would be to make a pistolier setup, but first of all, let's see my bog chance. At the moment, my bog chance is 53.5, which is pretty good. And that's without including some of the skills I had here. It's without including this. Should I even use this? Probably I shouldn't, but I've got 20 points left to decide on what to include in the build. If I try to make a build that only uses the Old God skill tree, it would be nice because even people who don't own the DLC would be able to try it out for themselves. This is extra cooldown reduction if I go that way. One, two, 3 points to get that extra cooldown reduction, so I'll have that in mind. 3 points for the cooldown reduction. I'm thinking this increased cooldown but less damage taken, and to go all the way for Sigmar's Rat. I think this would be great for this setup. The other way would be to go for Sigmar's Rat Superior. Share rations is also nice. Alright, instead of testing and saying whether it would be good, let's just keep trying. So I'm trying this now. First off it's this, then I'm gonna try other stuff. For the last point, I don't think there's anything better. So maybe some more HP. Yeah, just picking some HP would be fine. Let's try it this way. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna change it. That's the least I can do. think 15-15 is fine if I can get this one in the mix. Maybe this. I'm still not liking the damage, but I'm seeing bigger hits. But 3 million is exceptionally low as damage. So what we're lacking is critical damage right now, if I go for this setup. But my block chance, without any much nearby enemies, is 50 something percent. I'm gonna see how it is on the boss, if I can get something very good damage wise. The crit chance is 23.9, which is exceptionally low and exceptionally bad. So yeah, maybe going for the other setup was a better idea. Well, I can always respec. I can always respec. Currently my accessories are the weak link, even though I managed to farm some good weapons and shields and decent armor pieces. It's not gonna do much if I'm not critting often, even with the armor piercing I've got. My energy seems to be generating very fast. I'm not sure what is regenerating my energy, but maybe all the blocks. Yeah, I think it's all the blocks that are giving me energy. That's quite nice. Yeah, but the damage is the problem. It just doesn't cut it. I think this build needs to do 15-20 million damage to be viable per hit. I'm not sure how to make it do that. Let's see this one. Maybe that would change the damage. Yeah, definitely better. Definitely better just by switching one item. But what I lost was cooldown reduction, 15%. Maybe this build is fine even if I lose some cooldown reduction for this setup. It seems to work out well, although I do want faster cooldowns for those god skills. But yeah, the armor piercing maybe is overkill. If I were to go for flat damage and HP, I think it would be the better way to play it. Let's go and check the boss fight maybe. I did see 15 million just now, but that was with stacking a lot of things and having a lot of enemies around me to increase my damage. Currently they don't really kill me here, but it's taking so long to kill them that it's I just can't imagine Chaos 7 if I don't change something. So this won't work. This won't work. It is better if I go for this. What if I were to make a build centered around dealing more damage, taking less damage? More crit damage here. More crit damage here. Okay, let's see like this. How do we like this setup now? Oh no, one of those needs to go. And it's gonna be this one that's gonna go. This is only 5% damage though, really? 10% damage reduction and 5% damage. It's not worth 12 points. It's just not worth 12 points. And here disappeared one of the god skills I was using. So what I could have there instead of another god skill, I was using this one. Damage and block chance. Now I can have the banner there maybe. I can get break through the ranks. So my crit damage is better now. And the crit chance is better, and that's without even using this one. Okay, I'm liking this now. Now there's 13 million. Now the hits are better. So if I were to make something just with the old god skill 3, it just doesn't work well. I'm still not convinced this would be able, even with the best road gear, be able to do Chaos 7. Just need to change a lot of things. But if I remove the armor piercing from my gear and go for a flat damage based HP setup, maybe it would be better. Thankfully I managed to farm a lot of blessings to be prepared for having to switch things around. I wanted to make sure I've got plenty when it's time for experimenting on stream. And now the damage reduction is not enough. I can't move. Let's go behind it. Feel the wrath of my herald. Okay, but yeah, this was too difficult for Chaos 5. with this build. I think many things need to change, and the armor piercing doesn't seem to be giving me that much more damage. Even though this is 30% armor piercing together with 45.6, so 75.6 armor piercing, and it's overkill. I guess after a certain point armor piercing seems to be useless once you reach a certain point. So I will try with the flat damage to see if I can get bigger hits. If I can get bigger hits with the flat damage setup, it's gonna be nice, because the flat damage setup is gonna give me extra like 30,000 HP or so altogether. And HP definitely would help me survive higher difficulties easier. What I want to try is, you know, there's an amulet that heals when using God skill. Would it heal every time I use the beam of my number 4? Because look at my number 4. This thing, pew, pew. If each time I shoot the beam heals me, the combination of that together with amulet that heals when using the God skill would be a very nice combo to keep myself alive. I can just shoot pew, shoot pew. Demonstrate it. Shoot pew, shoot pew. Or just pew 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 when I need healing, then shoot shoot shoot. Okay. Now, leaving the area and changing the blessings. I also should start using my shield smash. Let's start with the so I'm gonna go for the setup that gives me good damage and okay HP. See, the damage itself is growing even though I'm using the same amount as the last setup of redstones. Last setup was 2 red, 1 blue on each side. Yet this one with the same amount of red is giving me twice the damage. Look at it. From up to 1600 something it goes to up to 4480 damage, which is just too good to miss out on all that damage. And if I were to do something like this, by the way, I can get up to 6000 HP and only lose 420 damage, which is 4200, no, yeah, 4200 damage lost if I do this on every piece instead of doing this on every piece. So I think I'd rather get that extra 4000 damage rather than 20,000 HP. Okay, now, yeah, this one definitely, come on. But yeah, I'd rather experiment and test stuff and find out for myself that the stuff doesn't work well, rather than saying it doesn't work well without having tested it. So for science. Give me a good one. Well, it's not so bad, but it was kind of mediocre bonus damage. This one was almost max damage though. 8 points only under the max I can get. Oh, this one was not even blessed with the correct. It was blessed for crit chance, not for armor piercing. I kind of forgot to re-bless it after farming. I was farming earlier with a crit chance setup on another set, on the Blazing Herald set. This is only 10 points under the maximum damage I can get. Perfect. So yeah, armor piercing in gear doesn't seem worth it, at least not for this build. For this build I already have enough armor piercing to not need armor piercing in the gear. Maybe for other sets armor piercing might work, but look at that damage. I mean, it's just twice the damage I can get compared to the previous setup. Not even twice, it's three times the damage instead of 1 time the damage. So instead of 1500 average per piece, I get 4300 average per piece, roughly, damage. What's next? This one. I'm so happy I found a good helmet for the set with cooldown reduction, because on other sets, even though I found green helmets, they didn't have the cooldown reduction a few days ago. Today I actually found 3 or 4 helmets while farming. And like, I found this one, I found I think those two today, and either that or that, I'm not sure which one of those two I found today. And this one. Okay, what have I not done? I'm gonna have to redo some of the pieces. Some of the pieces that give me under 4300 damage probably need to be redone. What's next? This. I'm sure there is a build that can do Chaos 7 out there, and my guess is it really would be the Pistolier set, the Skaven Cure set. I don't think another build, another set would be stronger in the way things are for Conrad at the moment. Okay, 4.4. Okay, this needs to be redone. This is very low. This is kind of close to the minimum. This is nice. Okay, this is fine. This is very low. Needs to be redone. If I get even 100 more damage, would be worth it. Again, that was actually lower than before. 30 damage lower than the previous blessing. Come on, don't give me low rolls, give me the high roll. Mediocre, let's try again. It's going up, so let's ride the wave. Let's keep riding the wave all the way up to the top. And the wave crashed. It crashed. This RNG, it's kind of annoying, but at least it's not so bad. At least with enough gems you can keep trying and you can eventually get the right amount of damage. That's what we are talking about now. This is good damage, good damage. Okay, I'm gonna change this one. And then I'm gonna do the hammer in case I wanna test it. But I did test the hammer and it didn't work well. It's just not right for this setup. Magnus's gift used to be good with meteoric shield before for certain combos. Very bad. This is close to the minimum I can get. So what did we get? 4089 with a minimum of 4032. 252. Alright, let's try a few more times. Hopefully we get over 4300 damage. This is just RNG showing us a middle finger. Come on RNG, don't be like this. We need to sacrifice some green items and drop them in a map and then leave the map and quit the game to make sure we can't pick them up. To get some good wood. Come on. All I want is over 4300 damage. It just doesn't want to give me that. Maybe I should just change the ring to another one, but this one has a very good bonus damage ability. Nice, 4400, totally worth it. Now what's left is the hammer. I'm not gonna use it, but I might end up using it on another setup, so I'd rather remove that armor piercing from there. Alright, first try, decent stuff. So now our damage is, wow, okay. Okay. And if I do this, the crit chance gets up. So now the question would be, leave break through the ranks or try and rework the build to use Sigmar's blessing for damage and bog chance. The bog chance would be crit chance. Let's try it like this first. Ooh, Swanesh. I'm feeling that I'm gonna die a few times on this map. Oh, some water. Ate some good burgers earlier.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
I don't see much of an increase, but let's see. I wanna see more. I wanna see more of the setup to know whether there's an increase or not. At least the HP went up by quite some few thousand. But my energy does seem to run out quicker. But yeah, I think I was doing up to 6 million hits on the regular enemies, but I did see a 15 or 13 million crit before. I wanna see if I can see something as high now with this rework. $13 million again, I'm seeing that. At least the crits are more often, which is a good thing overall. And my armor piercing now is 28.4 instead of 44.5. So I've lost what, 20? No, not even 20. I was like 18 roughly armor piercing, but with this pistolier 30%, I still have 58% armor piercing, more than enough to give me good results on bosses.
The wrath of my herald! Feel the wrath of my herald!
Shit, no energy, no energy. Come on, give me energy. Fuck. Now I'm having troubles with the energy out of the blue somehow without changing much.
Feel the wrath of my herald!
How's my cooldown here? 7 seconds cooldown. I think I will be better off if I don't use break through the ranks. But on bosses that would mean less mobility. I just need to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Then I can still get this. I can still get this damage. I can still try and get this damage. This crit damage and 1 point. So I'm losing that 3% cooldown reduction. Then I'm losing 60% crit damage. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Wait, that doesn't add up. I think I had it here before. Alright, maybe I had it all the way to the cooldown reduction before. So with 1 point, the 4% max energy seems like a good bargain. I'm not even gonna do this. I'm gonna go for more energy regain. Where was the energy regeneration? Okay, this is the banner I wanted. And I've got 6 points. So for those 6 points I can either get the Majestic Aura, but that's only 5% damage. It's barely even worth. I'm not sure who made this skill. 5% damage reduction and 5% extra damage for a god skill base. Not too good at all. That should have been twice the bonus. So if this is 5, this 10. So, oh, this need to be double. This should be 10, 10, this should be 20, 10, and this should be 20, 20. To make it worth it, 18 points, 12 and 6 points. The only thing I can take here would be either something that doesn't cost, or maybe this thing. Anything else seems like a waste. What I could do is I could get the extra 10% damage, and I can upgrade this maybe. Sorry, I had to mute my mic to sneeze. So let's upgrade this. I'm gonna generate less energy, but there's gonna be some damage. Okay, I'm liking this slightly better. Still don't think this build would be able to do Chaos 7 at all. Maybe it would be doable, but with shit tons of time taken to complete the map. I will try some runs on Chaos 6 just to see how it would be. Oh wow, oh wow. I did not see this line, purple line underneath my feet.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Fuck again. And how did this guy survive 6 shots? He survived 6 shots on that low HP. That just... look at that. Okay, I think he had some sort of phase shift or whatever that makes him dodge bullets. Wow, in that effect. Because he turned semi-invisible. He turned like semi-transparent or whatever. And now this guy has a ton of armor.
The wrath of my herald. Be my armor. Be my weapon.
Okay. Should be getting close to the end of the map. So yeah, he drinks some sort of potion, and during that time he doesn't take hits, this enemy, the one with the hoodie.
Be my arm.
What's the map mods? Heroes' damage decreases in proportion to their missing energy. Oh, this is terrible for this build. This is very terrible for this build, because I do use a lot of energy. Enemies use their special attacks more often. Heroes' armor reduces over time. Yeah, that explains why. Look at him. Yeah, he's drinking some sort of potion or whatever. Now he casts something. How long is he gonna be doing this? Alright, he stopped.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Alright, we got something here.
Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Fucking energy regain. No! 620,000 damage, of course.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
I don't see a reason why the damage they do when they explode needs to be that high. It shouldn't be an instant one shot, it should be something that's enough to leave you on like 70-80% HP. So tell me how 620,000 damage when the enemy explodes is reasonable, regardless of on what difficulty. Even on Chaos 7, 620,000 is a lot. Because 620,000, who has that much HP? And enough damage reduction to negate this to a reasonable amount.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm.
Even with Bragi, if I stack HP on an HP build and get like 400,000 HP and then another 50% with plus Bastion to make it 600, it's still not gonna be enough for that 620,000. What's my damage reduction at the moment? Can I see it? Damage reduction. No, I can't see it.
The wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Okay, got this one. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from this act. It just... certain acts are still imbalanced and not fun to do, and Act 2 and Act 4... not Act 2, Act 3 and Act 4 are the ones I'm talking about. They're just unreasonable, and doing those even on low difficulty is just a pain in the bum. And Conrad definitely seems like the weakest of all characters with the recent changes the game received. He can do damage, and he can, with certain modifications to the build, he can sustain it. But he's gonna have to be slow. He has to either choose damage or mobility. And even the damage he does is not even half the damage other characters can deal with their damage setups. So currently Conrad players will have it very bad and would be kind of forced to either play lower difficulties or switch to a different character if they wanna do different difficulties, or maybe get carried in multiplayer. So I'm gonna try Chaos 6 now. I have done it with a Pistolier build before with slightly different setup, slightly crappier gear. Now let's see, I did upgrade my gear a bit, not too much though. But my blessings now are not crit chance and are damage blessings, so the DPS overall should be better. Just checking again, damage. Everything is damage and HP now.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my weapon.
See, this can happen on Conrad. There's no way to deal with getting surrounded with enemies. This is just bullshit. Makes me wanna stop playing Conrad until they rebalance him. See, I can't even deal with the normal enemies. I do hit them for 20 million, but they're just surrounding me and I can't hit all of them with one shot.
Feel the wrath of my herald. My weapon.
Okay. In the moment, if you want a tank, Bragi is the better option as opposed to Conrad. Conrad doesn't take less damage than Bragi, doesn't have more HP than Bragi, and doesn't do more damage than Bragi. Even the mage can be more tanky than Conrad and have more HP and have more damage at the same time. Alessa can have the summons do the tanking and stay on the back and just do a little bit of extra damage to support the summons and still help the whole team tank.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my armor. Be my
There was a time where Conrad was kind of one of the strongest, especially with the Pistolier. The Pistolier build used to be very strong. Before, there used to be a lot of builds that were strong on Conrad. Not Chaos 7 strong, because before only Bragi had a viable Chaos 7 build. But right now, I don't see Chaos 7 happening. I mean, it would happen probably with a lot of time being consumed on the boss fight.
Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my armor. Be my weapon.
So the damage is okay. Problem is sustaining it, I guess. And making sure that the enemies don't surround me.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Maybe if I stop trying to play with the banner and use my range rather than stay up close.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
But yeah, I do see crits over 20 million. I think this Sigmar's Bastion would have been great if with the pew pew you actually regenerated energy instead of dealing damage, like with those pew strikes. This would have been the perfect skill to add it to regenerate energy for each hit. Because it doesn't do much damage, so it's not worth actually using it rather than shooting with Pistolier. And we don't have a ranged energy generation skill. Bragi has a ranged energy generation skill. Alessa's over ranged. Eluntir has 2 ranged, 1 melee energy generation skill. This one doesn't have a ranged one. Even if it's short range, like mid range I mean, it would have been better than melee being the only choice if you want to regenerate energy. As I said a few days ago, a Captain America style shield throw would be the perfect, a boomerang shield energy generator. Instead of what do we have? We have defensive strike, which is kind of bullshit. Look at that shitty one. If you had a Captain America style shield throw that can bounce off of enemies on the mastered version and hit up to 3 targets, so 1, 2, 3 would be perfect. Even if it just can bounce off and hit 1 more target, it would have been better.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
How? I was behind him. Tell me how an enemy hits me. I'm like not entirely behind him, but I was 45 degrees behind him or something like here. How does he hit me if I'm here? So he has more than 180 degrees arc on that skill. Yeah, playing with this guy is so slow.
Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
Seems like the better way to play it. Group them up, down them, get that extra bonus damage instead of killing them in small groups. I do lose energy when I'm out of combat though.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Ah, fuck, 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 fuck.
Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
No! Fucking clustered up too much. Yeah, shoot smash at least works to get them off of me for a while. But it still doesn't feel fun, and I don't enjoy the game playing it with this character at all. But I wanna try and find a build with it that I can say, hey, this build can do Chaos 7, try it out. And it's definitely gonna be the Pistolier, but it still won't be as good as the other classes.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
See, I'm actually doing better damage if I keep using my spacebar instead of using Pistolier, cause it's doing the hits faster, so it's hitting more often. Maybe weaving spacebar and Pistolier would be how we are supposed to play this build. Because I can do 3, 4, 5 million damage with just my spacebar ability, which repels the enemies.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
So I guess maybe that's what they intended for us to do. And this shield adds extra damage. So enemies take more damage. So sword enemies take more damage means I'm swallowing the enemies with my banner if I'm... Or maybe I need this banner to swallow them. Does this swallow? Right, what can I use to swallow the enemies? Sword enemies take more damage, but what can I... There should be something that swallows enemies. Repels and swallows enemies, Justice of the Empire. But... this is damaging and swallowing, so are they telling me to use Pistolier together with another skill like Shield the Charge or Justice of the Empire? This one, repels and swallows enemies. Maybe I should use this one, yeah. Repels and swallows enemies, that means I'm gonna have to remove some things. So Tireless Mastered is demoted to Tireless Superior, and I'm taking Herald of the Empire here, and that should work. That should allow me to slow the enemies. This also has chance to slow with Swash, but it's too risky being close to the enemies, especially if I were to try and push Chaos 7. So I'm gonna try it like that.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my weapon.
I wanna see something. Can this slow by itself?
Feel the wrath of my herald.
So okay, I'm finding some interesting things here that might end up being worthy of testing Chaos 7, but yeah, now the HP got melted in the start of the round.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Oh no no.
Feel the wrath. Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald. Feel
Okay.
the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. The wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
Okay. Yeah, this on Chaos 7 would be so slow to finish a boss. But let's see, is there anything else that I can use to slow enemies? Does this slow? What about this? This can repel and slow enemies, but it just doesn't fit well. Having another energy cost would just not be the right one. So the two skills that I can use to slow enemies would be cooldown version shielded charge or Justice of the Empire. It just doesn't feel right using Justice of the Empire together with that, but I will try it. But to try it, I'm gonna have to do some changes. So if I were to demote the taunt, even less energy gain. Let's see this. No, it's gonna be better to be a shielded charge. Right.
Feel the wrath of my Emperor. Be my weapon.
Okay, I think I'm ready to try Chaos 7. We'll see how it goes. If it goes well, that's fine. I will try a basic Chaos 7 as I normally try when testing stuff to make sure there aren't any nasty map
always
stuff.
at work. What will be your next build video?
My next build video probably would be this, and welcome back WoWB 93. Nice to see you again, and Merry Christmas if you're celebrating it. It's probably gonna be this Pistolier setup. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to synergize the extra damage taken when the enemies are slowed. So basically, as you can see, this set increases the range of shield smash, slowed enemies take more damage. And Pistolier also, slowed enemies take more damage. So that means I need to find a way to slow the enemies, and I did find few ways. One way would be using shield charge. It can slow the enemies. Another way would be Justice of the Empire. It also slows enemies. And also this banner, the superior banner of the Empire. Wait, where did it go?
Happy holidays, man.
Oh, it's not this banner, it's
Your
this one.
stream watch from
Herald of
cell
the
phone
Empire
is very good.
Superior.
Congrats for great contents.
I can
What
show
about
you
a
Poison
Elsa?
Elessa.
Or
I
some
can show
braggy
you
build?
Poison Elessa for sure. And thank you, Juan Oliveira. Thank you for the happy holidays. Happy holidays to you too. And I'm happy that you're enjoying watching it from your cell phone. So this is the thing that can slow and repel the enemies when putting a banner. Putting a banner triggers an explosion that damages, repels and slows the enemies. So it's not for the whole duration of the banner, just when putting it. But at least I found ways to slow the enemies, and I can show you Poison Elessa if you want. I'm just gonna try and do a Chaos 7 with this build, and after that I can go on the Poison Elessa. I still haven't uploaded the Conrad build that can do Chaos 7 for these recent updates, so I think it's time to do one. And I think the Pistolier is the most viable choice when it comes to Conrad builds. Unfortunately, Conrad is kind of weak compared to the others in regards to overall damage output, but Poison Elessa is something that I can show you in a moment. Poison Elessa, you'd really want to play it with Poison Brambos. with the superior Brambos, because the basic and the mastered are physical damage. So you definitely want to be using the poison Brambos. They can melt bosses similar to my other assassin physical damage LS build with spamming Brambos, except this time you're spamming poison. And I did try damage over time poison LS, it's not worth it. So if you want to be playing poison LS, damage over time probably won't be the best option. I did try blessing all my gear for that, and I didn't find it to be stronger. But I can try it again, I can try it today. It's the best time to try experimenting stuff. So let's do a quick Chaos 7 with Conrad. Earlier I was just doing Chaos 6, before that Chaos 5. I'm gonna do lesser. So we get Nurgle enemy health 10%. So nothing too difficult that's gonna be messing with the build or anything. Just more HP on the enemies. Before this I was trying full armor piercing setup. So earlier today when I started I blessed all my gear for armor piercing, which gave me roughly around between 18 and 20 armor piercing, because each piece gets between 1.8 to 2% armor piercing. And the damage was kind of up to 1500 something damage per piece. Now I get up to 4000 health and up to 4480 damage per piece. Much better than with the armor piercing setup. And I think the better way to play this one would be to just get the enemies grouped up and then start shooting, do the banner and whatever. Instead of killing them in small groups, it's better to just group them up. The problem is I shouldn't stay in one place, because if I stay in one place, this happens. So I should be moving. It was a very bad place to place my banner though, because when it's stairs, you cannot see what's happening. Like now this line, I should have been moving. Definitely a weak character. Conrad is just not the best. He used to be one of the best with certain setups before, and now he's kind of the weakest out of all four. If you were to decide who to play, definitely wouldn't suggest Conrad. First of all, people might say, hey, that's the tank in the game. He's not the tank. I mean, he can probably make a tank build without doing any damage, stacking damage reduction and etc.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
And I need to kill the healer, otherwise I won't be able to beat those enemies. And the problem is the healers are in the middle. So in order to get them I have to... I'm just gonna skip those enemies. It's just gonna be a waste of time if I keep trying to kill them.
Feel the wrath of my head. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
No, fuck. See, just it takes so long to kill enemies with this dude, and his survivability is not good either.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
And I've tried to squeeze every possible synergy for the build, and it still just doesn't work. And then this guy can one-shot you, and another guy can one-shot you, and a third guy can one-shot you. And it's not a problem of not having the not having good gear, because look at that, I only have one red piece. Yeah, this one doesn't give me HP, and there are certain things that I'm missing, such as what am I missing? Some cooldown reduction. I'm missing a lot of cooldown reduction, and my rings are very badly wrought. But still, things shouldn't be that bad with the gear I've got right now.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my armor. Be my weapon.
Definitely nowhere near as fast when it comes to clearing groups of enemies. I mean, even with my other Conrad setups, I'm much better at mobbing, which means later I'll be experimenting with my other Conrad builds to see at least if the mobbing could be better with the Justice of the Empire skill, because the sustain is better that way.
The wrath of my herald.
26 million though. I did see a good hit. Oh no 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 no. Oh no no. Move. Fuck. Got kind of
Be my weapon.
cornered in the choke point. Oh man. Okay, it's a bit better here. Kind of a wider zone. Still have to be careful for AoEs underneath my feet.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my weapon.
No no. Yeah, it is
Feel the wrath of my herald.
hard pounding combat here with this guy, cause when it's difficult that's what happens. No no no, no. Move move move.
Be my armor.
No! I thought I was out of the range of this tentacle. I was like away from the green lines.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my armor.
That's like 5 elites, 6 elites in the same place. Alright, one of them is down. Okay, one of them is almost down again. Oh no no no. Don't. I almost got stuck in the middle between two groups of enemies. Wow, look at how many elites
Be
again.
my armor. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
Okay, now it's just 2 of them left. It should be a bit easier. Phew. Yeah, I don't see me completing the boss on this difficulty, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try, give it my best. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll try again later.
Be my arm. Feel the wrath of my herald.
So what else does this banner give me besides cooldown? Oh, energy cost reduction as well. So damage, cooldown and energy cost reduction.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Nice, now let's regenerate, and the boss fight is coming soon. Or maybe not. Yeah, it just seemed like it, but not really.
Be my arm.
But I can do 11 million, 13 million with my archetype ability. I think this guy would actually be better built with archetype ability damage. Which one was it? I think there was a ring that increases the damage of the archetype. Or no, actually it was damage over time after the archetype ability, so no, that's not it. What about this one? Oh, this one also has far off enemies take more damage. So Eletza and Temuntir have nearby enemies, Bragi and Conrad have far off enemies take more damage. It doesn't make sense on Bragi, but it makes sense on Conrad for far off enemies to take more damage. I definitely want to find a better amulet than this one. That gives me cooldown reduction and preferably maybe some crit chance or whatever. Let's see, what about... this one is not so bad. I can try and use this one. Let's bless it. I think this would be decent to try. Just losing some fragments, so that's not so bad. Oh, and it's a good roll. So when we're comparing it, I am losing some cooldown reduction, some crit damage, all the resistance over time, a little bit of HP, and the wood quality, which I'm not after right now. I'm not after this that much. But what would far off enemies even count as? How far off should the enemy be to be taking this extra damage?
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Well, I'm gonna pay attention. If I see crits bigger than 20 something million, then that's gonna be fine. I think the biggest I saw was 23 million earlier. 28 million, okay. Maybe there is some increase, yeah. So maybe I can even push it to 30 million damage with this amulet.
Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
healers. No, I can't move, can't move. Fuck. How many healers was it? Just one healer, and I still couldn't kill him before the others killed me.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Okay.
Feel the wrath of my hand.
And can break through the ranks slow down enemies? It can't. It's a fun way to play it though, having to use your spacebar, your archetype ability more often. Never imagined that there would be a Conrad build where I would be spamming this like crazy.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Alright, let's go down. This time we try the boss fight, and before the boss fight let's... Actually never mind, I don't have any more.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my weapon.
Okay, let's move on to the next... Oh, never mind. Not here.
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
Oh, did I just see 37 million? That was a nice crit.
My herald.
But sometimes it's hard to tell the numbers, because there's a lot of those. It would be nice if somewhere I can see a damage counter that tells me biggest hit done for the run. Like somewhere on here on the screen, or maybe over here, somewhere that it could tell me biggest hit, etc. million. And it resets after you leave the map. So you can kind of
Of my herald.
keep track of how big your crits can go. 31 million, this was easy to see because there wasn't much damage. 27 million. So yeah, I managed to squeeze some damage out of everywhere I can. So I'm not sure there's more synergies to find for this build, other than a better ring maybe would be perfect here. This is not bad because I can get energy and I need energy, and here this gives me extra bonus damage. I know what would be good. A ring of dexterity, I think, was the one that gives me extra 100% damage to this ability. So yeah, there is actually a ring, but it's an invasion ring. So I'm gonna have to try and complete Chaos 6 invasions. And I don't see this happening easy. This would be very hard to complete on Conrad with the current way he is, but with this build maybe it would be doable. Could probably be doable if I maybe remove some damage and add more HP in my setup. I'm gonna be trying this later, not on stream now, because it's gonna be a lot of dying and a lot of failing. I'm gonna go on Poison Alessa as I promised after this. So let's go and find the boss fight. I'm gonna skip those few enemies here. But yeah, today started from like 10 million crits and now I'm already up to 37 million crits. For a few minutes, for a couple of hours or so of experimenting and modifying stuff.
The wrath of my herald.
Okay, the boss is in the next room, so I'm gonna have to clear those out to avoid them interrupting the boss fight and doing nasty things to me. Oh no! What killed me? Was it those two attacking me at the same time? There's a chest here as well. Okay. Oh, and out of all the bosses I'm gonna get this one. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. So the most important thing on this boss would be to avoid getting stunned by the side steps. Yeah. This is gonna suck. I'm not even sure I can complete this, but I'm gonna try. The least I can do is try.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
But look at all the enemies that keep spawning.
My herald.
Oh, he's gonna do the AoE. No, no. And it's only enemy HP 10%, but he's spamming his special attacks. Oh, and then there's this rotating bastard that can one-shot me as well.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Let's try and kill the rotating bastard. Okay, the rotating bastard is down.
The wrath of my herald. Be my weapon.
No, fuck, too many. Fuck. Fucking got stuck, I couldn't move. It was going very well until this shit happened.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my
I'm not even sure what happened back then to prevent me from moving. There were enemies, but there weren't enemies so over me. There were like 3 enemies or so. And they were little guys, so they shouldn't be able to body block me completely. Fuck. Ah, this sucks. I'm not sure I can even do this.
Feel the wrath of my herald.
Did I just hit it for 40 million? 31 million?
Be my arm. Be my weapon.
46 million. Okay, I'm seeing some good hits though. I'm definitely seeing okay hits. Now the nasty AoE. I hate this AoE. And he shouldn't be staying there. That's a very bad place to keep him.
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
No, no, no. So close to dying. He's just spamming. Look at him, he's just spamming his abilities. One side, the other side, one side, the other side. And he did it like what, 5 times?
Feel the wrath of my herald. Be my arm. Be my weapon.
No!
Be my arm. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
No, I don't have energy. Okay. This is gonna be tough.
Be my arm. Be my weapon. Be my arm. Feel herald. Be my armor. Be my weapon. Feel the wrath of my herald.
Finally got him. Wow. And I saw up to 48 million crits. That's not bad at all, but definitely takes some time, and it just doesn't feel good playing it. But maybe for team play it would be nice if the enemy is not focusing all their attacks on you. But what I've noticed when I played multiplayer, it's very hard to dodge enemies' attacks if you don't know who they're gonna attack. When you're playing solo, you know the attack is always gonna be in the direction where you are. But if you have teammates, you don't know who of the teammates the enemy will go and attack, and it's a bit more messy there. But I guess it just takes some time getting used to multiplayer. So this is probably one build viable for Chaos 7, but not recommended for Chaos 7. So okay, as I promised, I'm gonna show you some poison and lesser. So poison and lesser. As I said, you want some poison traps, and wait, which one was it? You want some poison traps, and you probably want some. You want some poison brambos, and Queen's Rat does help. The way I like to play it is with executors, because I don't find any of the poison bonus damage worth it. So you do have where was it? There was this one. Poison skill damage is increased based on health regeneration. It just doesn't work. I tested playing with this one, with this one, with this one. I tested it with this wild incarnation with poison to give me health regeneration when it leaves some. Well, while it moves, it leaves some poison fields, and you can go inside this trail of poison and get some extra regeneration. It doesn't work well. But what I haven't tried is Hunting Feast. So this is how I played. You can try this setup here for assassination for extra damage to bosses, and all the way here for that health regeneration. This is one way. Um, Another way would be for speed running on lower difficulties, maybe getting this Force of Nature for extra health regeneration. And instead of getting assassination and all that stuff that comes with it, which is a lot of crit damage by the way, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 times 24, so almost 125, 121, 121, no, never mind, it's 80, 96 crit damage. Not so much. I mean, I can probably get more crit damage if I were to go. Which way was it? 42 here, and then 42 here. That's 82, but 84. But it's very costly to get that 84 crit damage. So health regeneration, as I said, is the way I prefer doing that. But we'll see. What else could be fun? Hunting Feast 1 is 5000, but I have to stay inside this field. Winds of Isha Poison. This I might try. I'm gonna quickly show you a Chaos 5 map or Chaos 6 map with this build so you can see what it is, and then I'm gonna test some different setups. So this is Chaos 5, okay. Just not this one. This should be doable. One thing about this build is there's a lot of mobility, and let's show you the skills. This is how I use the skills. Assassination, Blessing of the Forest, the crit chance here, because I currently whack crit chance in my gear and just wanted to get some more. Tactical Retreat with the Poison Trail. Guardian Spirit to get that health regeneration field, which can stack with the Queen's Wrath, and then you can stay there and do a lot. And poison damage and duration are increased. Master Archer, Spinning Blade Heroic. The most damage you're gonna be doing is coming from direct damage from Spinning Blade Heroic. Not from damage over time, but from this thing. And from this thing. So those are your main damage dealing sources. This one does help, but it's not the main source. And my gear currently, you can see, is flat damage, and actually it's not all of it flat damage. I'm gonna have to change some stuff. But yeah, all of it is supposed to be flat damage and HP. I have not tested full damage over time armor setup. I've tested damage over time in the skills, but not damage over time in the gear for this build, and I'm not sure whether it's gonna be worth it. But if I go damage over time in the gear, that means I'm gonna be losing the flat damage but winning up to 8000 instead of up to 4000 HP. So definitely worth testing, and I think I have the means to test it later. I have the means to test it. For now, let's test it that way. So what you can do is leave trails and move like that. You're doing brambles, then jumping to leave trail, and then the enemies just go into those brambles. And you're stacking one poison on top of another poison, but it's a lot of dodging when it comes to Elessa. And I don't think this would be a very good build for Chaos 7, at least not yet. I probably need to do some more with it. Let me check if I'm using the correct stuff. This one. What could be fun is this one, Poisonous Ring. I did test playing with it. Let's bless it. I did test playing with it when I was testing some damage over time, but as I said, I didn't test the damage over time from blessings, which I will test next. Maybe I'm not gonna do that now. I'm just gonna bless this one for damage over time. So blessing this for damage over time for later when I test damage over time. Was it this one? No, it was this one. Yeah, that's the one. But the main damage from this build would be, I think, the brambles. They're the ones that do shit tons of damage. It doesn't give you good numbers, but it gives you a lot of numbers. Whereas the heroic skill is just so far I can do up to 10-12 million damage maybe. This is on Chaos 5, so even on Chaos 5 it's taking me a while to kill them. But it is a fun setup. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun if I try it with a damage over time blessing in my gear. It's a lot of dodging though. As you can see, constant dodging for those trails and constant spamming of Brambos. I can do that for extra regeneration and extra damage. And now my energy is kind of gone, so I need to regenerate some. Let's regenerate energy now. Alright, good to go. No! I forgot that he's gonna explode. Eh. So before I waste my farmed fragments, I'm gonna have to change and check the damage over time. So after this map, I'm gonna take a short break to feed my pet, because he's kind of starting to back a lot. And then I will try swapping the blessing, see how it performs. And after I swap the blessings, I will be trying different god skill combinations. But cooldown reduction definitely helps you spam the blade more often, the poison blade and the spinning blade, and this is the bread and butter, I guess, when it comes to direct damage setup. If you play it with direct damage, you wanna get the cooldown up as fast as possible, so you wanna be using the Amber Talisman, I think it was called. And if you're not using a Ring of Resonance, you can use the one that gives you energy and HP, which was Spirits, I think, Ring of the Spirits. So Ring of the Guardian, Ring of the Spirits are not good choices, not bad choices. But a Ring of Resonance that gives you crit chance and cooldown reduction would be the perfect thing you can try. So it's similar to my old Poison LSs, except that this one uses the Poison Brambos. And on the old ones I wasn't using, and this one only uses 5 skills. So right, left mouse button and 1, 2, 3. And I think this is enough, you don't really need another skill. Because Assassination gives us extra damage to bosses, so the damage to little enemies may not be that much, but to bosses we deal 50% extra damage with Assassination. I'm gonna quickly take screenshots of this to make sure I don't forget how I had it set up in the God Skills section and in the passives. Because so far this is a good contender. I think maybe even Chaos 7 would be fine if I take my time and if I play it safe. Just checking here, the gauntlets could be better and I probably have a better pair. See, this pair is damage over time but no damage, and losing 3583 damage is a big loss. But a lot of armor is gained, a lot of HP is gained, some energy. So what I'm hoping for is better gauntlets, and I'm using the Undergrowth Fangs, by the way, at the moment. And another thing that would be viable is if you have a very good Master Archer bow. But the Underground Fangs seems to be fine. It seems to be fine. I have confirmed that those explosions do happen. So the more HP you have, the better this healing would be. Other bow that would be good besides the Master Archer and Undergrowth would probably be... Well, Symbiosis won't do much because we're only using one trap. Packed bow, definitely not worth it. So you have two bow choices, I guess, and that can do the trick. With the Master Archer you would be focusing more on spinning blades, and it might be the better option if you wanna be proccing this as much as possible. Stacking Amber Talisman with Master Archer and with Ring of the Guardian is the most you can squeeze out. My cooldown reduction at the moment is only 28%, so I probably am better off with a Master Archer if I had a green one. But I'm just losing a lot of damage if I were to go for my Master Archer. From 12,500 damage to 7,300 is just too much to lose. And also armor piercing does help. Losing HP though. So quickly I'm gonna print screen this. Let me quickly start my white shot. I need to start, I need to open a folder. Any folder would be fine. Okay, this is saved. Now the next one. Oh wait, I need to do this. The next one. It's annoying that I have to out and tap when using white shot because the game forbids me from using shift and print screen to take screenshots. Now I'm gonna screenshot my skills. Okay, next. As I said, time to try damage over time before I lose all the blessings I've got. And I'm gonna take a quick break just to feed my pet. So give me 2 minutes to get his food from the storage container and put it in his bowl. I'm starting the BRB. And if you're on Twitch, I can even cue some ads to have something to watch than the boring screen. I'm gonna do 120 seconds, so be right back. Okay, I'm back, and oh, right on time as well. Just quickly let me stop the BRB screen. So yeah, now we're gonna be trying the damage over time for Elessa when it comes to poison. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Now let's start with the bow. This would give us more HP, by the way. Twice the HP bonuses from gear is what we'll be getting if I switch from damage HP to damage over time and HP. But we are losing a lot of flat damage, so Spinning Blade would suffer the most. From 2.6 million at the moment, this is probably gonna go all the way to 1.7. We'll see. Yeah, losing 200k roughly each bless. So maybe I'm gonna lose probably more than 2 million of damage on this one, we'll see. Next off this. One of the things I'm not a fan of is them splitting the damage and damage over time as separate stats. It's just unnecessary complication. But that allowed them to increase the damage over time on the skills that do damage over time without without breaking things too much. And it is making it kind of having to decide whether you want to build with one thing in mind or with another thing in mind. So in a way it makes sense them making it. It's just a bit annoying. Alright, how many more? 1, 2, 3, 5 pieces more. Hope I am not missing some links or tokens every now and then. I'm gonna have to recheck the results. One or few of the pieces would have to be re-blessed when it's giving me very low results in regards to health. I don't really care if it gives me minimum or maximum crit damage, but if it gives me 7200 something HP when I know it can go up to 8000, I definitely want that extra 5, 6, 700 I can squeeze HP. So down to 1.5, so it's gonna go down to 1 million damage here from 2.6 million. This needs to be redone. This needs to be redone. This probably. This also is very bad, close to the minimum. Getting thrown here very badly by the blessings. Oh, this is nice. This is almost 8k. So after this one, I'm gonna start redoing the ones that are under 2.4, not 2.4, but 7.4 thousand HP. This is close to the maximum. So this is definitely almost minimum. Come on, give me 7.5 thousand. Come on, 7.5, 7.6. Yes, keeper. Keeper. This one is definitely bad. I know it wants to give me something good. 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 7.5. And let's try again. Can do a few more tries. It can do better than 7.39. Alright, this is a keeper. This one I think, and then that's gonna be it. Where was it? Nice, and very high damage over time as well. Let's redo this one too. And since the HP is restored by percent here, the same goes for Ring of Spirits if I were to use it. That's very nice. And the health regeneration here increases the higher our HP. This scales off of the percentage, not off of the number, but it's still good. Wow, this went lower than before. So after going to 7.2, maybe it's gonna go to 7.5. Alright, that's acceptable, I'm gonna keep it. So damage over time, 159,000. And the crit damage, 239, kind of very low. I'm not using duelist chain reaction here, although I could. I do have 2 skills with cooldown. So let's try this compared to the previous one and see how it performs. And one thing I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting to replace the ring. But for now I'm not gonna use this ring, I'm gonna use this ring on the next run, just to see if there's any change. I wanna test it first like that, without changing the gear, just the blessings. So the direct damage is definitely lower. I can't tell how much better the poison is, because unfortunately I should not be testing it in I shouldn't test it in random relic hunts. I should test it somewhere in an invasion that I know it's always the same enemies, always the same map mods, to know that it's the same environment. Or on bosses that I would know that always would be the same. this way. So my blade does 4 million instead of 10 million damage. But yeah, maybe the damage over time really does add up and it's overall better maybe. This one has a lot of armor. Do they have any? Just extra HP. Okay. Okay, let's keep moving. Chest, chest, chest. Oh, there's no chest? Disappointing. It's hard to tell, but I'm actually liking this, the way it's set up now. And I think we got the glitched map where we can't progress to the next stage. Yeah, look at that, that's the glitched map. Sometimes this happens. There's supposed to be a room that's spawning here because the way it generates those levels is it separates it into blocks. So each block connects with another one. You can see this block connects into 3 places. It connects with this block, which connects to the start. And now the other block we are supposed to go to did not spawn, and the 2 connections with that block are missing. So we have to exit and restart. There's no way to fix this other than restarting. But yeah, that's how the maps are generated. It stitches together blocks of map elements. And this has been happening already 3 times for me since the Tomb Kings update, and it only happens to Tomb Kings maps. Because I think the Tomb Kings maps are only stitched together like that, whereas some of the older zones, the older acts, do have some pre-made layouts that are not really random. So now I don't have a map on this one. What else do we do? Enemies' cooldowns are reduced, enemies have a chance to dodge attacks, okay. Let's go this way, there should be a chest there. Okay. See, most of the little guys are dying just from the poisons now. So I think the damage over time does actually work. It's not too much of an increase, but when you stack a lot of the brambles and a lot of the dodges, trails, etc. on top of each other, then it just adds up. And I can see close to 1 million from just damage over time. Maybe even 1 million already I'm seeing. And that's without completely optimized gear, so it could grow, it could grow. I can see this growing up to 1.5 million damage for damage over time eventually. Especially with the poison ring, maybe the poison ring would definitely be a good choice to try later. I think dodging more means more poison trails, which means more damage. Right, what I'll try now is the poison ring instead of the guardian maybe, but that's gonna lose me so much crit chance. Maybe instead of the ring of resonance, but again it's gonna lose me some crit chance. I will have to try it though. At least I'm getting some flat cooldown reduction, and the crit chance actually is not getting lost, so it's not so bad. So this is the next test, and then after that the test would be to start switching skills. God skills first would be the test, to try and switch to God skills and remove some stuff. The problem is the way I set it up right now, I don't see much room for squeezing skill points. But yeah, if I squeeze some skill points out of assassination, meaning 50% less damage to bosses, but maybe I might end up getting more damage to enemies in general, so we'll see. So damage here, 213% right now. I wanna test something. So this now is at 413% damage, which is pretty nice. No! Fuck. The elite pulled me into the attack of the other elite. That's just teamwork on the enemy's sides. Okay, let's get the healer first then. I made a poop field here. So much poop on the ground. Getting that poison stuck. I actually need to kill some more enemies before doing the boss fight, so I'm gonna stop here and kill some trash. Let's take out the trash. But 214,000 HP is definitely nice on Alessa with this setup. Just a moment. Alright, ready. I'm getting close to the boss. I still haven't killed enough enemies. And look at how many I went all the way from here to here to here on the map and still haven't killed enough enemies. Still have to kill enemies though. It's hard to tell whether this is better with that ring or whether it's better with the other one. But I've not seen that high of a damage over time. So what is the thing that dropped? Wild Hunt Talisman, nice. I really needed a good Wild Hunt Talisman for my pet build. So let's see, need to drop this. Please be a good one. Fuck, stop picking up the bullshit. Really need a wood filter to stop showing me the yellow ones. To not be able to pick up the yellow ones, but just the green and red, or just the green. So if I compare my Oath's Wild Hunt, crit damage, HP, counter attack, gold, wood quality, yeah, this is much better. Crit chance and cooldown reduction. I mean, I'm losing some crit damage and HP, but overall it's much better. So if God skills deal more damage applies to the summons, this should be perfect for the summoner build. Alright, now it's time to dig deep into the experimentation part of my streams. Things I've never tried. We're gonna keep the energy regeneration from executors, so we're keeping this. But we have 22 points to invest elsewhere instead of assassination. And one option would be for speed running to get this 20 seconds after killing a champion extra health regeneration, which would be extra damage. Another option would be hunting feast. Even the poison tornado. Let's try this first. So how do I build this thing? How do we build this? I was using this because I didn't have enough points before to get anything better. If if I do this, I'm not gonna have much points for the... Wait, I'm gonna quickly open the screenshots I made. I wanna check what I was using. So I was using Mastered Blessing of the Forest and Assassination. But since I added the God skill here, that's 18 points I've lost. That means I can't use Master Blessing of the Forest. My best bet would be maybe 12 points here, 6 points here. Because this is 9, 6, 5, 4, 7, 2, 4, 1. So this 7, 2, 4, 1 and this 7, 2, 4, 1 would be a good combo. Thankfully this and this are both 7, 2, 4, 1. Just the duration changes. This is 10-second duration though. But this is permanent. So yeah, let's try it like this. This also gives me 9, 6, 5, 4. My crit damage went abysmally low though. So now I'm not gonna be seeing those high crits. But we'll see how it is. I'm just feeling the ground there. Probably should not have used the tornado there. Seeing very low damage though. No, shit, that's too tight here. I can't see what I'm fighting. Yeah, the damage is so low that it's not worth it even. Because I have to stay static if I want to stack up the different health generation buffs. It just doesn't work well if that's how I'm supposed to play it. I'm just gonna skip those because it's just not worth it fighting them. But yeah, I'm getting very high damage here. With 40% more, I think. Can I get it even higher than that? Wow, 533. I did get it to go very high when I stack everything. So on bosses maybe this would be good. I can't wait to test it on the boss, so I'm just gonna go there. Because all we want is good damage for bosses. The rest we can kill as we go. And this passive said a poisoned enemy that dies has a chance to create a small area. How do I tell what this area looks like? Poisoned enemy that dies. I'm gonna try and see what this area looks like. So I'm gonna do a few kills, easy kills. So this one's not the best target for this. It's gonna be hard to see the area if he dies right there. He didn't spawn an area. Does it say small chance or a chance? Chance to make a small area. And what about the... Is this a small area? This is also a small area, so it's gonna be roughly the size of this thing. Oh, I think I see the area. It's very small with some yellow things on the ground. Yeah, I see what it is. Well, it's incredibly small. It's definitely this thing here. So it's 1/5 of the size of the one from my spirit. I think they could have done better. It's a fucking god skill that that should be a bit bigger in the size. They kind of need to buff this one. See, even if it's as big as this one would be good. It's not as big as the one there, but look at this circle. This is probably what that area should look like. I'm gonna show you now on this enemy when it dies. Maybe he's gonna do that area. So this is the area, this little orange, not orange but green yellow thing. This one also spawned one. This one also spawned one. It is good when there's a lot of enemies, because then there's a lot of those areas appearing, but if the boss is alone or has just a couple of ads every now and then appearing, then it's not gonna be worth it. But yeah, with this one we're sacrificing some crit damage, but we're gaining some health regeneration as a result of the tornado and other places, which ends up giving us up to 140 more flat damage, which should be better overall as a result from the health regeneration and executors. I'm also losing the 50% extra damage to bosses, but since I'm gaining overall more than 140% damage when all things stack, I think it's gonna be the better out of the two setups I've tried. I'm gonna try another one with the one that gives us damage based on killing elites. That health regeneration after killing an elite. It's also worth testing. So, how many points would be needed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get the basic one. This is 20 seconds, this is 30, and this is 20, but a lot more. And on the way to there we're getting just some HP and damage, nothing else. HP and damage, and HP and damage. Damage to champions, champion damage reduction. And was this to all players? It gives it to all players, but not everyone has health regeneration based damage bonuses and stuff. The tornado is very random, so it keeps running away from me, and I just can't get that that to benefit me on a boss fight that much. seems to be spamming this big aura. Again, spamming that AoE. Keep spamming the damn fucking AoE. He's doing it again. Wow, okay. I guess he just wants to use the damn big AoE. And again. Although I think I stunned him or something that prevented him to complete the animation. But yeah, so far 2 okay setups for the poison. And there will be some more testing. What can we test next? Next, maybe instead of getting the tornado, just getting this one and maybe this one. On the way here, I'm also getting some armor and HP only. HP armor, damage reduction. So this would be the one that gives me more damage. This one is the one that gives me more armor. Cooldown reduction here. Physical damage increased based on counterattack damage, blah blah blah. So this I can get it to be around. I can get this to be around maybe 100% extra damage. I'm wondering if it's worth it. If I don't use the tornado, probably gonna be hard to get it to be that much. Because at the moment I don't have the hunting feast procced. Since I wasn't using the maxed out hunting feast, I really didn't need those points here, those 3 points. Again, I'm gonna go all the way here. This for a summoner build is not bad, but really just 35% extra damage. Four cooldown reduction, 6 cooldown reduction. Crit damage, not bad. 84 crit damage. 8 cooldown reduction. 10 cooldown reduction if I go all the way here. I'm gonna try that sometime later for summons. But 6 points. Can go for that one, or I can go for... Two, three, four, five, six. Won't be able to get this one. If only this one was here. Where would be the best place to spend those 6 points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not enough to get the crit damage. Could get some extra HP, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna try it that way. So now it's just 2 points damage. Oh, 2% cost reduction. That's nice. So there's gonna be a severe rework here. Getting this one instead of that one, because the health regeneration is all we need. This one also gives us health regeneration, maybe it's worth picking up. With this one, I don't think I can take that. So I'm just gonna do something like this. Let's see how this would work. Without anything procced, the damage is 193. When this is in the mix, the damage is 153. What? Why did it go from 193 to 153? Okay, then if this is in the mix, 273. If this is in the mix, 353. And then we can add this one in the mix, and things probably would be better. At the moment, how much is it? 393. Now, without any fields, 273 just with the health regeneration from... Oh, that's a miss here. So I've got this one on me and this one on me at the moment. So with just Force of Nature and Blessing of the Forest, 273, which is amazing. The only problem would be 30 seconds would not be enough for a boss fight. But if the boss summons some elites, then it's gonna be fine. So we get it up to 370 something earlier when I increased it. I think it was 373%. With the previous one, with the tornado and everything, I did get it up to 500 and something. With everything stacking. I'm not sure whether this one can go to 400 and something when everything stacks up, but it's never stacking. I mean, to have all of those stacking, we need to be static, and this build is not so good when you're stacking. Because the moment you stop dodging, you stop making poison fields, which means you stop making extra damage over time. But how many pieces have health regeneration here? 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces with health regeneration. So this can be min-maxed, and I think once it will be very strong. Currently my health regeneration, does it give me a percentage here? 13.6% with some of the things procced. I need to check the flat one, the base one on in the town without anything proccing. Right, I think it's time to go for the boss fight, which probably is over there. Okay. Got some fragments at least. Alright, the boss is over there. No! I forgot that it's gonna explode, fuck. Well, there's that. Alright, let's go for the boss now. It's about time. No! Again, I forgot it's gonna explode. Damn fucking exploding enemies. Every time. just when he was going so strong and well. And the worst thing about that death is I had just gotten my 30%, not 30%, 30 seconds extra health regeneration from killing the elite next to the boss. So the next few moments would have been pretty nice. Okay. The previous might have been a bit better, but it was very situational to be inside those areas. Whereas this one, after killing a champion, just stays with me regardless whether I move or not. So far, good builds found out. Managed to finally do Chaos 7 on a Pistolier. Testing some poison stuff. There's some more poison testing that I probably might wanna try. So my flat base health regeneration at the moment is 9.6%. This can go up with 2, maybe 3% from the 2 rings. The amulet, no, the amulet already had, so the 2 rings, the gloves, and 2 pieces of armor. Hero, whoever gave me a subscription on YouTube, I think it was Vitali, someone. Thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Struck Club. I think that's what the announcement was. I'm not seeing it in my feed, in my events feed. But if that's what happened, thanks. If it's something else, thanks again. Sorry for that, my bot is just very limited to what he's telling me about. But I did see notification from my browser. So what else could I try now? If I were to try something that again uses this health regeneration. First of all, I want to see without the base health regeneration, 173% damage. 173% damage with this. And if I do this, I want to see how much my damage changes. $133. Wait, why? Okay, this just makes no sense. 133 and now it's 33. So each percent gives us 20% regeneration. Each percent of HP regeneration. Because over here I get 2% plus 1 plus 1, and there should be another one somewhere here. So that's 5% HP regeneration, which gives me 100 damage. I'm just thinking if I can combine this somehow with this, and I can't. So this is totally worth it. I know this is not worth it. I've tested it multiple times and it just doesn't feel enough. I will try it again though. I wanna try a build that goes all the way to there. But it's definitely... I'm gonna lose a lot of damage if I do this, but let's try it. Look at the wow damage I'm seeing here, it's just so bad. And I can't even equip this if I use that one, and that one gives regeneration. One option would be 10% poison damage to be reduced, to maybe use this one. Let's see, this is 11%. If I use this, ah fuck, 4 points really. Okay, I'm gonna change the trap. So we're gonna have 2 skills to use energy, but where did it go? This one. I wanna see if this changes. 11% now, and now it's 23%. Definitely the better out of the two, but I'm not gonna be using this, and I'm using this. And I've got 3 points, which probably are better spent. If only I had this potion. This potion would have been perfect for me. 30% damage. This crit damage, I only have this skill with cooldown now, because I changed the trap, and those don't count as skills with cooldown. So there's few things I can change. Maybe extra health, or maybe extra crit chance, or maybe just flat damage. I'm gonna go for the crit chance. Let's try this one now. A lot of experimentation going on today though. There we go. Poison clouds, demonic portals. Demonic portals is now demonic portals is nice because it's gonna summon a lot of enemies at the boss fight, which means we're constantly gonna have some elites spawning every now and then for the boss fight. Although I didn't go down this way, so I really don't need elites. I wanna check something here. 353% extra damage. That's without the dryad, without this thing, the guardian. Now it's 353. Okay, how much is it now? 313. Okay, it's still decent, but I think the second setup I tried went over 500% damage for the daggers, or 470, 480. The one that was using this tornado, and the second version here. So this was the unnecessary one. And with that setup I went for this health regeneration. So those 3 points were unnecessary when I tried it, and probably I could have spent them for extra health here. But yeah, with Conrad we could get almost 50 million crit earlier with Pistolier. 48, 49 million crit. Thanks to swowing the enemies and Pistolier dealing extra damage to swowed enemies. But I had to sacrifice my energy gaining skill to get shield smash, or whatever that shield charging skill was that can swow enemies. Alternatively, Justice of the Empire would have been a good choice. It still feels very swow in regards to playing Conrad with the Pistolier. it's not dynamic. Look at this build. This build I'm constantly moving. I'm constantly dropping traps and brambles and my spinning blade. And when I need to slow down, I slow down. I start attacking the enemies, but I can constantly dodge and get away from danger. Whereas with the Conrad build, it was very hard to get out of danger. Thankfully, the sword, the shields, what it's called, the shield smash ability, the archetype ability of Conrad, did help me deal with enemies when they come closer, and it can deal up to 10 million just by pressing spacebar. With the setup I figured out. So I probably would make a build video for that pistolier setup. Viable for Chaos 7, not recommended though. And we'll see with the poison build if I can do a Chaos 7 once I find out which the best one is though. At the moment I'm doing Chaos 5 just to figure out which would give us the best damage. Once I figure this one out, I'm gonna try Chaos 6 and Chaos 7 on the build I like the most. And at the moment I'm with damage over time gear. I'm with blessings for damage over time. I did try it at the start of trying this. I was with instead of this ring, I was using the what's its name, the Ring of the Guardian, and I had all the gear blessed for damage and HP for up to 4,480 damage and up to 4,000 HP. This one gives me up to 8,000 HP per piece and up to 2,000 damage over time. It does seem to work well though with the damage over time. It doesn't seem too bad. Because if you wanna go for spamming build for heroic spinning blade, you want flat damage. If you wanna go for spamming brambles and other things that can poison, probably damage over time is the better way. Just depends on your playstyle, I guess, but both are viable. For Chaos 6 for sure. For Chaos 7 I haven't tried them yet. But I think both setups can also be okay on Chaos 7. When you play it safe, when you don't... oh shit, there was a healer, didn't see. Sucks when the healer manages to get him back to full HP from like 15% HP left. Is there another healer somewhere that I'm not seeing? Oh, I ran out of energy. No! I always do that. I keep dodging into the exploding enemies. Those demons with their shit tons of damage explosions. Okay, there's no chest here, let's return. But the Executor definitely is the best dagger for a poison build. With the Executors, the amount of health regeneration you can get on a poison build is just ridiculous. Okay, there's a chest there, let's check it. Oh, there's a healer again. Where though? Can't find it. Oh, there we go. This guy with the staff. Guy with the big stick with 3 bows on it. 3 big bows and 3 little bows. A lot of bows on this stick. It's like a Christmas tree. Shit tons of bows on it. Let's go here. Sorry, I'm hearing some voices in the background. I suspect my mixer... No, it's not my mixer. Oh, that's strange. I was hearing some voices, maybe it was the demons in the game, because it stopped as soon as I paused the game. It seemed like a very quiet voice in the background of some talking. For a second I thought it was my browser that I keep open to watch the Paladin's mixer channel to get mixer points. But I normally mute it. Oh wow. Little guys died quickly. But there's so many ways to play the poison build, I'm surprised by it. I didn't expect so many ways I can make a poison build, and it doesn't seem that the difference is too big in either way of playing it. So there's enough material to make at least 3 or 4 different build videos, but I'm just gonna make one. Maybe I can add screenshots of the different of the other builds as a comment to the video or something like that. But this set definitely is the set with the most opportunities when you want to build something around it, around the... was it Queen's Chosen? Queen Chosen. Okay, I managed to stack a lot of regeneration on this guy. I think the boss is back where I came from, but I'm gonna quickly check here for a chest. Alright, no chest. Let's go back then. Oh, there's a chest here at least. But the poison build is the one you want to be running for speed farming. And for speed farming, I would strongly suggest going for this maybe.
Merry Christmas, mate.
Hey Costello, nice to see you, dude. Merry Christmas to you, happy holidays to you and everyone in your family. Hope you're enjoying. I saw you were playing Path of Exile yesterday and today. Hope you're enjoying the new stuff that was added there. I've not played since Synthesis. The last league I played on was the Synthesis League, but I don't plan on returning to the game though. Maybe when Path of Exile 2 launches, I might do it just for the story.
My family is in Greece.
Oh, your family's in Greece, nice. There must be a lot of good weather there, warm weather, if they're in the southern parts of Greece. How are you finding the new season, the new league in Path of Exile? Anything that stands out, anything that's fun? Any builds that are quite interesting?
Super cold during this time, so my mom told me 2 hours ago.
Oh wow. I do have some relatives in Greece as well, like one of my cousins let's marry a Greek guy somewhere on the southern parts of Greece. And
Poet S amazing, Diablo 2 remade.
I used to think so too, but there's too much stuff in Path of Exile that I just think it's unnecessary and just unnecessarily complicates the game. Ah shit, I didn't pay attention to the... This is one of the problems I have with this boss when I'm doing a poison build. I can't see when he uses his own poison due to my own poison. Path of Exile has two big imbalance between one build and another build, so making a trash build in Path of Exile is very easy. It also punishes you too hardly when you die. You can't have losing 10% XP when you die and limiting the amount of times you can go into a map. It's just like putting two in the stink that way. It's fucking you with two dicks at the same time, in the same hole. By punishing you for dying by losing 10% XP and limiting the amount of times you can go into the map. It just doesn't make sense to punish your players that much. Those are some of the things I don't like. And yeah, of course, the disbalance between certain skills, certain passives as opposed to others. You kind of need to be either a veteran player or take someone else's build or be a rocket scientist and make a build if you're a newbie.
You can go 6 times. If you die 6 times, lowers the difficulty.
Exactly, you can go 6 times, and if you have 6 players and you die, there's no portos, because you've already used the 6 portos. What's this thing about lowering the difficulty? Is this new? Because as I said, last time I played was in the Synthesis League, and it's the first time I'm hearing about this lowering the difficulty and being able to go back. I'm the noob though, it's not the others being the noob, it's me being the noob. Or what happens is me dying and losing 10% XP is my biggest problem with Path of Exile though. I mean, if that wasn't in the game, I probably would have been returning every league, even with all the other things I don't like, such as having to start over every league if I want to enjoy the new content. Not being able to enjoy my new content until the league ends on my old characters. But my biggest problem is the XP loss.
Times here, you change to C7 and you kill everything.
I don't mind grinding for hours. I've had days where I would spend 16 hours in the day playing Path of Exile. So for me it's not about it taking long to level up, it's about losing XP when you die. Because sometimes I would have spent 12 hours playing in this day, and then I would get like 90% on the way to level 98, and then I would die once. Then something else would happen and I would die again, and then something else would happen, and then in the end I would end up losing all those 90% I grinded for the day and have to start over. And it just makes no sense. If there was a league, even if it's a sole self-found league where you can't trade or where you can't do anything, but you don't lose XP when you die and you don't participate in the races. I personally don't really care if I'm in a race or not. I'm playing for myself, I want to get the max level and try the build with the max skill points I can get and start experimenting from there. For me the real game begins when I max a level, max a character to the max level. This is where for me the real fun starts in a game. Because once I max a character I can start respecking all the time and changing my build all the time. In Path of Exile you're better off creating a new character if you want to try a new build. Which is fine, I've done it. But yeah, there's just... I'd rather play the more casual games.
It's normal, but resist it's most important in Path of Exile.
Exactly. Well, it just forces you to a certain playstyle. The way the game is designed, it has races, which explains why they punish you for losing XP, because they want people to try and not die. But that only caters to the more hardcore players. It doesn't cater towards the more casual people who don't really care about some cosmetic bullshit rewards or some unlocked rewards from the races. I don't care if I'm competing with others. I just want to be able to hit the max level by spending my time and then start experimenting from there. So I'm wondering which armor would be the better option here.
I am a summoner, I got minions to absorb the damage.
The one I'm using is 0.6 health regeneration. Yeah, but dude, not everyone wants to play summoner. Not everyone wants to play meta builds. And meta, people, I don't like the word slave, but people in Path of Exiles are slaves to the meta. If you wanna max out a character, you either have to pick a meta build or just not max out the character. That's it. I used to play mages, mostly mage builds with AoEs and stuff like that. I've tried some melee builds, and melee is with the rework pretty okay. So let me just put some stuff in the warehouse. There are just some things I like about the game, but some things I don't.
I am playing it.
But that's the good thing about it. I'm playing the games I like, such as Torchlight Frontiers and Wosen and this game, and I'm not playing Diablo 3 or Path of Exile because there's more things I don't like in the games than the things I do like in the games. Hopefully other games would show up that I enjoy. But in the meantime,
I play Path of Exile for 2 days only. Smiley face.
Okay, I think I sorted the gear. So what should I try next? This wasn't that strong of a setup at all. So let's reset again. And I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try going all the way to here and maybe here. Going for this and this.
C7.
No, it's not KL7. I'm just testing different builds, and when I test builds, I try to go on Chaos 5, and when I find the best setup, then I go to Chaos 6 and 7. I did find the Conrad build with the Pistolier though, that can do Chaos 7 and can do up to 49 million damage with Pistolier, and up to 9 million damage with the spacebar shield smash on Conrad. So I really wanted to get this one, but I'm gonna have to settle for this one. Need those points there.
I want that build with Aurora for Conrad.
With the Aura? The Aura build for Conrad seems like a fun build indeed. Hunting Feast for 6 seconds and this... oh. Fuck my skill points, not enough. How do I get the skill points? Alright, one thing we're gonna have to do. Let's try like this. At the moment, base health regeneration 153. Two points.
Too many passives.
Too many passives, but that's what I'm testing. That's the 5th different build I'm trying for the poison setup. I'm just trying all possible combinations to see where the good stuff is. Cost reduction, okay. Let's see this one. I'm just surprised of how many ways there are to build a poison build.
You must use 5 passives, but 4 passives is maximum needed.
The new god skills, the new god 3 for Elessa added so many possibilities for a poison build that you just... I'm just kind of surprised from where I can start building. Ah, fuck. I went inside the explosion. Bad start. Let's try a new map. Let's actually try a new map, not Zinj. I want something like Corn. Let's try... Give me Corn. Okay, Corn. Perfect. I love Corn because there's a lot of room to dodge in most places in Corn.
Did you
Shit,
know
I
that
forgot
invasion
to
maps
check.
are same or maybe more increased drop than what you are doing now?
Invasion maps are similar, they're not the same because you keep taking damage over time in the invasion. But if you push your ranks higher, you get more wood chance. So if I go to a Chaos 5 invasion on rank 10, I'm gonna have 100% more wood chance than here. If I go to a rank 19 Chaos 5 invasion, I'm gonna have 1000 more wood quality compared to a Chaos 5 relic hunt. So each rank is 100 wood quality. And once you pass rank 9, you are over the 900 you get from a Grand Relic Hunt. So invasions are better for farming, but if you're strong enough to do those invasions, you most likely don't need to be farming items. You already probably have the best gear you can and you're just min-maxing stuff when you can do rank 19 invasions or rank 28 or whatever.
But you don't have relic chest.
You don't have a relic chest, but you don't need a relic chest if you have that much wood quality. What did I just wood, by the way? Did I get this everlasting summer boots, or was it something else?
I got green from mob.
Yeah, I've gotten green from a lot of weird places where I wouldn't expect to get a green. I need to see how much damage I can get on my executors if I stack all the regeneration sources. So I can get regeneration from the passives, from the god skills, and from the guardian. 513% extra damage with this setup. And this is without one of the things. This is without... So this
I
is
spawned
working.
1 time 6 gen pions
This
in
is
one place
working.
with the amulet.
Guardian Spirit twice? Is that even a thing? So I got Blessings of the Forest, Forces of Nature, Queen's Wrath, Guardian Spirit. So what I'm missing at the moment is this thing is not proccing, Hunting Feast. Which means I can get more regeneration and that would probably give me up to 590% damage. I'm liking this setup. When all things align, when the stars align, and there's a lot of health regeneration to be gained. And I'm stacking damage over time gear at the moment, not flat damage. So I'm focusing on the poison aspect, not on the spinning blade, which is the heroic skill. Right now, 433%, not so bad. I might actually go and take this build to Chaos
Just
7
like
and
I
see
told
how
you
it
so.
is.
Smiley face, poison, and DMG over time.
Poison and damage over time is good if you're using poison skills. So if you want to be using spinning blade, you want flat damage. If you want to be using Brambos and the poison trap, you want damage over time. So it depends how you make the build. Do you want to use spinning blades more often? Then you want cooldown reduction and flat damage. Or do you want to be using barbed Brambos? So this was up to 2.6 million flat damage without anything stacking when I was doing a setup with flat damage in my blessings. But it can do up to 10, 11, 12 million damage before. Now it can do no more than 4 million damage. But I'm not centering my build around it right now, because I'm not stacking cooldown reduction and stuff. And the thing is, if you're playing with poison blade, spinning blade, you want master archer bow. I don't have a green master archer bow, so I'm using the poison bow, the one that gives me extra healing and explosions. So there's many ways to play this set. This set is definitely the most flexible set on Alessa. First you have different ways to play it, and then you have for each way to play it you have different ways to build the passives and god skills. And it's just a great set overall. Some of the enemies somehow end up melted in seconds. I'm not sure whether this is a bug, but some of the enemies from like 70-80% HP end up dying if I go far from them. But for this build you really want to be moving all the time.
You finally bought another copy, smiley face.
Yeah, I bought another copy. I got my brother to use his Steam account and buy me a Steam gift for my streamer account. So now I can play with my viewers. I can share my streamer account with people. I don't share my private account because it's like 10-year-old account and I have a lot of games on it and I don't want to lose it. But even if someone hacks this account of mine, it's not much on it, so at the moment it's fine. I can share this account with people and I can play with this account with my viewers. So yeah, he got me a Magnus Pass, a Magnus Edition and a Season Pass. But it turns out the Magnus Edition had the Season Pass and I forgot about it. So he had to refund the Season Pass because it was unnecessary. Thankfully I declined the gift because he didn't even allow me to accept it because the Magnus Edition already had the Season Pass. But yeah, you can add my Steam account, by the way. If you want to play together, let me quickly pause and give you my Steam. So you can add me and we can play some time. So my account is profile, view profile.
You should try it. Put that amulet that gives you 50% DPS to far away enemy.
It's not far away enemy on the lesser. Far away enemy is only on Bragi and on the Bragi and Volen. So Alessa and the mage have nearby enemies, and yeah, the other two have far away enemies. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense to be that way, because I would want on Bragi extra damage to nearby enemies, and I would want on Volen extra damage to nearby enemies. But it's the other way around on them. On the mage I understand to have the extra damage to nearby enemies for the melee build. On this one, nearby enemies take 50% more damage, so I actually need this amulet, but at the moment I can't afford to use it because I really need that cooldown reduction and the energy gain. But yeah, if I get a good wind talisman, I would try it. Nearby enemies take more damage would be fine. This would stack up well, because this build actually does a lot of damage to nearby enemies, and you're most of the time near the enemies because you keep dodging around them. So this is something I wanna try, but not at the moment, because look at my cooldown reduction, 31%. I wanna be using my god skills as often as I can to stack this health regeneration from those things. And that's why I'm using the cooldown reduction amulet. And alternatively I can switch the amulet and remove the poisonous ring. But if I remove the poisonous ring, then I'm gonna put the Ring of Guardians. But I really wanna keep the Ring of Resonance. Alternatively, if you don't have Ring of Resonance, you can put Ring of the Guardians, maybe remove Amber Talisman, and equip a good Wind Talisman. But ideally you want cooldown reduction here, cooldown reduction here. This should also be able to give you cooldown reduction. Then you want Poisonous Ring with cooldown reduction.
Near enemy
Ring
is
of
not
Resonance.
good. You don't need to use it because near enemy means you must kiss the mob to get 50% damage.
You don't have to kiss the mob to get 50% damage. This is nearby enemy. Like this zone. If the enemy is in this zone and I'm near it, it should be giving me the damage. And I'm most of the time near the enemy. With this build, I'm dodging through the enemies all the time, and it's damage over time. So as I dodge near them, they keep taking hits with more. Nearby enemies taking more damage is amazing on this build, because you wanna be dodging on both sides of the enemy all the time to leave poison trails. The more poison trails, the more damage it takes.
Screw the amulets up. Ranged chars have near and melee char has far away. Smiley face.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's why they did it, to give you some extra damage if you're playing the character in the way it's normally not played. And that's why the melee damage build and the mage at the moment is so strong. That's not the main reason, but that's one of the reasons why it can be so strong. I'm gonna try this build on Chaos 7 right now. But yeah, I think the best way would be to get a Poisonous Ring with good cooldown reduction. If you don't have a Ring of Resonance,
is good because have a
get a Guardian Ring with good cooldown reduction. Keep this one with cooldown reduction, this one with cooldown reduction, and then instead of Amber Talisman, trying a Wind Talisman. Bragi's only damage to far away enemies is with the second Whirlwind and with the Axe Throw. So Axe Throw and Superior Whirlwind. I tried it yesterday with Superior Whirlwind to make a weird build with fire-based damage, and it just didn't work. Every time I try Whirlwind, I get so disappointed by how badly screwed up this skill is. I think Grimnir set should have been giving, instead of Heroic Call to Oath, it should have been giving Heroic Whirlwind. That deals fire damage and has the Superior Whirlwind secondary
and that
damage.
God skill that I showed you.
I tried it yesterday. If you check my stream from yesterday, I was experimenting with the setup you showed me. And basically, the setup you showed me was using two god skills, which probably shouldn't be used together. It's too weak when you use the two god skills. I can show you what I ended up doing though. I'm quickly gonna do a Chaos 7 run with this build to see how it will go, and then I can go on Bragi. Yesterday I tried a lot of things with the Grimnir Bellows and the other god skill with Bragi. I wanted to try and see if there's a way to play it. Yeah, and I think the Fire Breath one is okay. The other one doesn't really fit well with most builds. The Fire Breath does fit well with the Everpeak and with the Challenge. So it doesn't fit well with Last Song, it doesn't fit well with Grimnir. But with the Challenge and with the Everpeak it fits well. The other one is the shit one that just doesn't work well. And when you use both skills together, you're definitely sacrificing your build and ruining it. Basically, the thing is, a build without Wasp Bastion is crap. That's how it is for Bragi at the moment. Because you're gonna end up without much energy most of the times. You're gonna end up needing healing, and Wasp Bastion is there to help you with both things. It also gives you a lot of HP, and if I were to be using both God skills, I'm gonna have to not use Wasp Bastion. Wait. Oh, I did.
You do the skill and after that all hits makes enemy bleed. So
I
you
did the
must do
grand
fire
map.
DMG to detonate the bleed.
It doesn't work well. I told you, I tested it, it doesn't work well. You don't do much damage at all. It just wasted skill points. I mean, dude, I spent hours, 2 or 3 hours yesterday testing different things with this. On paper it looks good, in practice it's shit. I did test it because you told me to, and I promised you that I will do some testing to see how it works. But it just doesn't work well. So I actually accidentally started a grand map on Chaos 7, and I'm having troubles killing 2 elites. 2 damn elites. I think their armor and resistance to damage over time is just too high.
Because they nerfed the axe that hacks reflect DMG.
There isn't an axe that has reflect damage. There is one that gives you counter-attack damage, but it's bugged.
Counter-attack DMG, sorry.
The axe that gives you counter-attack damage is not nerfed, it's bugged. It only gives you 500 and it's supposed to give you more based on certain criteria. So it just needs to be fixed. Currently, regardless of how much rage you have, it's only 500, and it should probably go all the way to like 1000, 2000 maybe, to give you crit damage. But you don't use the counter attack on Bragi to make counter attack hits. You use it to get crit damage. That's how it works for Bragi. Just a second. So those 2 elites took me forever to kill. I mean, it's hard to get me killed with all the health regeneration going on. But the boss would probably 2-shot me, and maybe even 1-shot me. And it's gonna be the Scorpion boss, which is very hard to kill. Thinking of starting a new map. Let's start a new map. Let's start a new map. This build probably would be okay. I want Act 1 or 2. This is good, I wanna try this one.
The axe was supposed to give you 500 counter-attack DMG/rage stack.
I think at 0 it gives 500. It's not 500 per rage stack. It's the same as the Executors. The Executor starts off with certain flat damage, and then the more you get with regeneration, the more it gives. So it's probably gonna give you up to 2 or 3 or 1000 when it's with 20 rage stacks. My guess is it would give you 100 per rage stack, which would give you up to 2500 counter attack damage, which is still an amazing number. It's an amazing number, and that number itself would give you
Axe on naked LVL
few hundred crit damage.
500.
The axe gives you based on rage. It doesn't matter what level you are. Even if you're naked, it's still gonna give you the same amount because it procs off of rage. So if you have more rage, and the rage can go up to 20 stacks. So 20 stacks rage probably gonna give you 2500 if it starts with 500 on 0 stacks. I'm assuming they would make it when they fix it to give you 100 per rage stack. But it's currently broken and it gives 0 per rage stack. So it always gives you 500.
I have 20 stacks and I saw 500.
Yeah, I've said the same, man. You're just repeating. It's broken. That's it. I've said that multiple times. It's just a broken axe. It doesn't give you bonus damage. So something on the script doesn't work. So regardless whether you have 0, 5, 20, it's always gonna give you 500. They just need to fix it, but for now this axe is not worth using. Carnage and Forge Heart, this is the axes you wanna be using. If you don't have a skill with fire on your build, then you definitely don't want to be using the Forge Heart. And you can use Carnage and anything else. But the ultimate Carnage is the axe you want to be using on any build. It's just an OP axe. So this is taking so long on Chaos 7.
It's a failure to use only 2 weapons on a melee chart.
It's a failure to use only 2 weapons on any char. I mean, there's different builds that would use the different weapons, but they're not gonna be for Chaos 7. You can make a Chaos 5 build
Exactly.
that uses the Insatiable Axe, and with the Insatiable Axe you can try and stack up shit tons of HP and cost reduction and go for a Whirlwind build. This damage is just so bad. Such bad damage for Chaos 7. It's not like I can't kill stuff, but killing stuff takes forever. So the poison build probably built for speedrunning Chaos 5 at the moment. The way I've played it right now. I'm gonna try some other setups later. But on Chaos 7 they have a lot of resistance to damage over time. So I'm not even gonna complete this.
Bragi has the most bad weapons, and Whirlwind is so slow it doesn't really worth it.
Whirlwind should... what Whirlwind should have is Whirlwind should get damage based on movement speed, and it should benefit from movement speed. So I'm gonna go on Bragi now just to show you what I'm talking about. You know that Bragi setup, that god skill that gives you 50% or 60% movement speed. This movement speed, the way it should work on Whirlwind, but it doesn't. So when you proc this god skill and you have Whirlwind, and if they make Whirlwind scaling off of movement speed, it would be amazing. So this is the god skill setup I was testing yesterday. So using the Blood of the Mountain, going all the way here for extra damage, getting this counterattack damage because there is no point on not taking these 3 points of counterattack damage would give you a ton more crit damage rather than going for something else. And I took this one and just this cooldown reduction and this cooldown reduction because cooldown reduction is key. So this is how I was playing this yesterday. And this is on,
How much
I think,
CDR you got?
at the moment it's 35% cooldown reduction. It's very low, but this is because I don't have much cooldown reduction on this one, and this one. Neither of those has cooldown reduction. So it's basically the same cooldown reduction I've got on my other builds, just slightly differently built. And these are the skills. So instead of call to Old Superior, I would take your skill. and then it would work. And I'm gonna show you. It's Chaos 7. I'm gonna show you quickly how much weaker it is compared to the other build. Just this queue is tragically bad. I don't see a reason to pick this queue. There isn't anything that would make me wanna pick this skill. Now I got glitched, I can't open the damn chest. Fuck. Alright, let's put them here. Come here, enemies.
Forget it, it's not C7 viable. I can kill C5.
Yeah. Well, I can kill C5 on any build. I mean, there isn't a single build that you can do C5 with. If I go to C5, for Chaos 5, all you need is but the thing is,
What SE you got?
this skill is not the skill that makes the build good. What currently makes me good is my axe and Strike of the Anvil and Wasp Bastion and the set. So it's not this skill that will help me. This skill is actually hurting the build. It's hurting the character.
Cause set matters. Grimnir makes it better.
Grimnir is the set that you don't want to be using with this. Because Grimnir gives you heroic call to oath, and you don't want to be using call to oath with this skill. You want to be using Strike of the Anvil, you want to be using Avenging Charge, and you want to be using Wasp Bastion. So you want to play this with a build that doesn't use call to oath. If you play it with the Grimnir, then you're sacrificing a heroic skill. If you play this with call to oath, then for Chaos 5 it's good. But if you try and do Chaos 6, Chaos 7, it just doesn't work. And even for a speed running build, you want Wasp Bastion and you want Ancestor's Gift for a speed running build, and you want Avenging Charge. Those three skills you want on a speed farming build. Even if it's with the Grimnir set, you want this speed farming build. It just... I don't see a reason. Tell me why would I want to pick this skill when I can pick other skills that would help me. Yeah, the Karas set works with this. So you either the undefeated or the ever peak. So there's two sets I would say would work okay, and it's the, where is it? The ever peak and the challenger, the undefeated. But I don't see a reason anyone would want to use this skill. The skill has a long cooldown. It doesn't give you much of a bonus, and it's very weird because it only shoots the flames in front of you. So you either want to stay static or you're just gonna be losing DPS. And if you stay static, you die. So there's definitely no reason to pick up this skill. For speed farming on Chaos 5, it won't help, because if you're speed farming on Chaos 5, you want to be moving all the time. You don't want to be standing in one place.
That skill I don't use it. I got it because I had to get master counterattack.
Well, if you invest points for the other skill, then you're investing points for worthless things. Like that's 1, 2, 3,
I
4,
use the
5
speed
points.
one.
But I don't see a reason why you would want the movement speed one, because you have Avenging Charge, which is better than movement speed. And Avenging Charge would definitely be better than any type of movement speed you can get.
To make monsters bleed.
But yeah, for Chaos 5 you can try and combine both skills and it would work on Chaos 5. And making monsters bleed, you have to invest a lot of points to get it. Where was it? This one. And see, you have to invest so many points. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I played with Karaz said.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
18
12, 13,
points.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18 points, man. That's 18 points just for this fucking useless skill. It's definitely not worth it. That's just too many points, too many points that you can spend elsewhere and get more damage. And it just definitely not worth it.
I like the speed, smiley face.
The speed is nice, but it's not faster than spamming Avenging Charge. But it's fine, I mean, it's good for speed running Chaos 5. I'm gonna show you. Like if I remove my accessories, access and things, and let's say I go to this set. This was the whirlwind when I was testing it. Definitely not recommended. So yeah, there's a lot of things that can be done, but so I do have some spare skill points which I can probably spend on removing this crit chance and maybe putting something else for 5 points. What I wanna try though is today I wanna try something. Let's try.
Fire Breath 1 is bad on any set and any build.
I think so. I myself think so. This is broken, by the way. This should be 20%, this 15 and this 25. I've already reported this.
I don't think they will fix more to this game. They took their money.
Maybe they will. We never know. Cooldown reduction 36% at the moment. Uh, I wanna try this one though.
I am gonna go finish Act 3 in Poe and go to sleep. I play for 8 to 10 hours.
Alright, dude, have fun. I will keep experimenting with some weird shit going on. We'll see what I can come up with. This one I want to be the second one. Based on rage levels. It goes minus 0.3%. This is just, yeah. So maximum health increased. Let's see. I wanna test something. I wanna test.
Enjoy your time. And Merry Christmas one more time.
Same to you, man. Same to you, and thanks.
Nothing can stop you.
Alright, I'm gonna need to remove some stuff. Let's see. I want to see how this would work. I think once the rage gets going, things should work out fine in regards to energy cost reduction and all that. I definitely wanted the secondary call to out, but damage is tragically low. What's with this damage? Seriously. Look at that damage. With a Grimnir setup on Chaos 5, I can just walk around the enemies and they would die. This skill definitely needs some improvements. Look at this. What did I have before? I kind of forgot what I took. I went all the way here. I'm not gonna go that way.
What is the strongest set for Bragi and what?
At the moment, I do have a build video on YouTube about the set that how did I call it? Just a second. Let me just quickly check the name. The name is Crit Monster. So this Crit Monster set, you can check it on YouTube. This is a very strong build, and it can be played with any set, but strongest with the set that is the undefeated set. Obviously the strongest set in the game at the moment for Bragi. And this crit monster set can deal huge crits, up to close to 50 million with the gear I had when I was testing it. I'm just testing some weird stuff that hopefully would work out. So this is supposed to be a build for speed farming, but I'm not seeing much speed in the farming with this setup that I'm trying to figure out. If I want speed farming, Grimnir seems to be the way to go. Grimnir with some extra fire damage and stuff. Yeah, the spin to win in this game is just not the way you wanna make a character, obviously. But this is all the synergies I can get for a spin to win setup. I mean, it can't get any better synergy wise. We're getting energy cost reduction, we're getting so that our skills cost less energy but use HP, and we're getting more damage based on how low our HP is. The same goes for the cost reduction. The lower the HP, the lower the cost reduction. Well,
I
actually
saw a
no.
build with Bragi without energy consuming moves, and the passive that increases damage when energy is max.
Yeah, that's also not bad. That's also not bad, but how much more damage would that passive give you? Where is that passive? 30% extra damage. And it would work, you can make it. I can show you a quick version of such a build. I can just leave the zone and show you such a build, but build without energy consuming means you don't have mobility. Do you want to sacrifice mobility for some extra damage? If you do, then it would work. I can quickly show you something. I can show you such a build. 5 points. More crit damage. So that's 100% more crit damage or more cooldown reduction. And I'm gonna show you the one with the more cooldown reduction. So I'm losing that crit damage, but so let's remove this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. And let's change the sets. So look, do I want to sacrifice this 940% crit damage just so I can equip this passive? What is it? 30% damage. From where can I get the points? So maybe this one. I can try it with this. Actually, scratch that. The other way around is better. So no energy consuming skills means no mobility without using avenging charge. In here I can probably put this one. No, never mind. My bad. I wanted to put this one maybe. And in here I can maybe remove this crit chance and
Call to Oath.
yeah, I wanted to put Code to Oath. I didn't want to put Strike of Anvil because I already had it. So here I can do this. And then I want tray with butt, but I also want the dead bow. Crit chance 33%. Okay, let's get the crit chance, because I have bad crit chance from my gear. I would have taken the extra damage, but I'm gonna take the crit chance. So this would work fine. Let's go Chaos 7, check how it is on Chaos 7. If it can do Chaos 7, fucking 3 cinches in a row. Here's that build, but with this build I'm gonna die more often than with the other build, because I don't have movement. Wait, what happened? I have the wrong skills there. I'm missing a very important skill. There isn't another skill with cooldown. How did he make it without a third skill with cooldown? He probably fourth skill with cooldown. He probably was using some sort of god skill, and I'd rather not use a god skill, but okay. I might as well do it. I definitely don't want this though, because bleeding enemies stopping to bleed would mean it would ruin all that thing here. All those things here would get ruined, because I want them to be bleeding, so that that the damage would increase based on the number of bleeding enemies. But alright, I'm gonna try it with this. Let's try it. Maybe it's gonna work, maybe it isn't. Just checking again. And again, the HP also is very low of this setup. With this setup, the HP is not gonna be that high. We'll see. And I have to check it, but look at how slow he is. But the main damage is not coming from not having if I can go for more than 50 million hits, I'm gonna be happy. But I don't think I can go more than 50 million. Like, if I see hits for like 60 million, then the build works. If I don't, then it's definitely not stronger, because I'm using the exact same gear I use on my other build. And my builds are just not my builds, my skills are the same, with slight changes. So the mobility is low, the damage is not as good. Yeah, that's not a good setup. I mean, it's fine. It's fine, but it's not as good as the other one. And it's very slow. I just can't imagine a build without the Avenging Charge skill. Knowing that on the other setup I keep proccing my axe. First of all, why I like Avenging Charge superior? Because it's fire damage trail. Fire damage trail combined with Forge Heart is just a lot of damage. Not using that means I'm gonna have to wait for the cooldown of Blood of the Mountain to get that extra damage. And Blood of the Mountain itself removes the bleeding, which means it reduces the chances of proccing the Forge Heart. So I'm seeing it's 27 million, 26, 30 million, but nowhere near 50. I will do something though. I will do this. See how it goes. But yeah, I'm not saying this build will not work, but it's not the build that's making it strong. What's making my damage strong is my axes and some of my passives. So if anyone likes to be slow and deal kind of the same damage, this works. But you're sacrificing other stuff. You're sacrificing a potion that can boost your damage by 30% and only costs what, 3 points to get the potion for the same amount of extra damage. Of course it's only for 4 seconds and only when you use the potion. But then you can use mobility skill like Charging Avenger. And if you want to be doing hard content, the mobility definitely helps you stay out of danger. And to proc the Forge Heart more often. But what's strong about Bragi is the challenger set together with the Ultimate Carnage and the Forge Heart. And with some of the skills like Deep Gashes, Dead Blow and was it Relentless something? Eternal Grudge. What does this set bonus give again? Rage damage bonuses are increased, yeah. And so now I have to return all the way to there. But definitely if I were to choose between this build and something else, I wouldn't choose this. Let's see what's here. Okay. Time to kill the Sphinx. There's a healer somewhere, I think. And this cooldown, shit, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. The cooldown of this skill is just amazingly bad. So yeah, I'm actually gonna revert the skills. I want this here. I don't want this. What did I change? I'm not sure what I changed. I had the potion. I had this. Just look at how much better it is when you can move around. Of course I'm gonna die if I stop moving, if I stand in one place. But it just makes no sense to me to go for a skill with that extra 30% damage. And I can just move away from him and he would still get some of those things proccing for that extra damage from the Forge Heart. The problem on this boss fight though is at the moment there's a lot of elites next to him and I need to kill those elites. There we go. One of the elites died, the other one is gonna die in a moment. So yeah, the other build can do damage, but it cannot survive easy on harder difficulties as a result of the lack of mobility. So this is the preferred setup, and by the way, those are not the preferred god skill combinations, but I do suggest trying this god skill 3 combination. You can reduce some cooldown reduction. Like, if you want more cooldown reduction, go all the way to here and reduce 1, 2, 3, 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4 points. Then this point, instead of in the damage, you can put... what else can you get? You can get... there's not much you can get. Yeah, I guess it's either damage or armor or HP. But I like to play it like this. This gives me extra 100 crit damage. If you don't need cooldown reduction, you can remove those points, 1, 2, 3, 4 points, and invest them here, 1, 2, 3. And that ends up giving you more counterattack damage, which would give you more critical hit damage, but that's 10 10 cooldown reduction lost, because this removes 5 and this removes 5. But you still get 8 the other way. This also removes cooldown reduction, so if you want more, you can just, instead of going like this 1, 2 points, you can get those 2 points to go elsewhere. So I'm just gonna show you one way to make it. You go the way here, you go the way here, you go the way here, and you go here and here, and then If you want, you go for this. If you want, you go for this. If you want, you go for this. So one way would be this way, and then you have 13 cooldown reduction. If you want more, 18 cooldown reduction. If you wanna pick between this or that, the 10% damage would be worth more than the 20% counterattack. Because look at the counterattack damage, 940 crit damage. Bam! With this, it's 1016, so less than 100 crit damage. But 10% damage would be worth it more than less than 100 crit damage. So something like this would give you good cooldown, good crit damage, and like that I have 5 points which I can spend here. This gives me extra 100% crit damage. I still have 8% cooldown reduction, I'm fine with that. Of course my gear needs cooldown currently, the way things are. The way things are at the moment, this does not give cooldown reduction, this does not give the cooldown reduction, and this does not give cooldown reduction as the stats on the item. So this can be much stronger set if I get green of those items, those 3 items, and that would give me more cooldown reduction. This can give me up to 9% cooldown reduction. This can give me good number as well, not sure how much, but let's see, 4.2, so up to 5 or 6 maybe. Let's say up to 5 cooldown reduction from this, and rings can give up to 5 as well. So just from the accessories I can get around 15, and from this I can get another 3-4%. And then this would be spamming Strike of the Anvil. And this combination of skills and passives works with any set. Of course it's suggested to use it with like if you do it like that, then you can afford using it with any set. Because if you have superior deep gashes, where is deep gashes by the way? I must have removed it. Oh yeah, Trail of Blood is not needed. Deep gashes is what I need there. I kind of messed up the build. But yeah, this is what I need. So you want deep gashes instead of Trail of Blood. Trail of Blood is good, but with the current setup with the Forge Heart, you don't have many bleeding enemies around you. I wanna try different things though. I wanna try something with the Insatiable maybe. But Insatiable gives me crit damage instead of flat damage. Damage over time, critical hit damage. So let's collect the reward and go and try a build with the Insatiable. I'm thinking bleeding with the Last Song set in deep gashes and not using the Forge Heart would be fine. So 1 million just from the damage over time. $52 million just now. So Insatiable with Last Song is what I wanna test. And I do have a few Insatiables. 3 to be precise, so cooldown reduction and crit chance is what I need. This one. Crit chance, cooldown reduction, damage. If it gave counterattack damage it would have been even better, like this one. Flat damage, crit chance, cooldown reduction, HP, counterattack damage. This seems to be the winner. The Heartseeker probably is also not bad for certain setups, but I don't know how much that damage dealt would be. Alright. But damage over time build, I'm not sure how damage over time build would be viable on this dude. Maybe with Shred? Let's test it. £6. 6 points. What can I add for 6 points? Not much can be added for 6 points. What about Shred Superior?
Nothing can stop you.
No, not a fan of this. Let's try that one. Aha, 1 point. Fuck. Seriously, just 1 point, not enough. Let's try it. I wanna see how this works. Something that is not jumpy and stompy. Something that is slightly different. I've always liked Cleaver, and I read that they kind of did some changes to it. Let me quickly check the patch notes again. Patch notes say So the patch notes say braggy balance. Oh, laceration, attack speed and health cost are increased, range decreased, sight, attack speed and range increased. Am I using laceration at the moment? Cleaver. Which one was laceration? Oh, it's this one. The armor piercing one. So health cost increased and what else? Attack speed was it? Attack speed. This is interesting. How much health does it cost? It can grant health. Okay, I'm gonna try that one as well afterwards. This is tragically bad damage. Look at that, 1 million damage only. Let me quickly change the axes just to make sure it's not my axe that's causing the bad damage. Why do I have two of those? Oh yeah, the other one is with without cooldown reduction, makes sense. No, it's not the axe, it's just that the skill itself is very bad. Okay, change of plans. Let's try this. 1 point again. That 1 point. Yeah, the damage is very bad. 8-7 million. Just too slow, too slow. Yeah. So bad. At least it's not that tragic. At least I can kill normal enemies, but this on a boss fight, it's not gonna work. Even if I go for a setup that gives me more damage the lower my HP. Like there was one, what was it, the Heart Seeker. Let's see if I've got a good Heart Seeker. What I want is flat damage, maybe some cooldown reduction. So I'm gonna equip this one and see if the other one is better. Shit, I need to do it that way. So yeah, the one with the crit chance is the one I'm gonna use, I guess, even if it's no cooldown reduction. Slightly less flat damage, more damage over time, a bit less HP, and no counter attack damage. Crit chance 30. 38% without the other one. 38% might not be that bad, honestly, but it still looks like something that would give me more damage overall. I'm using the Watt Song though at the moment. Yeah, a bit more damage now. Now I'm getting more damage. So okay, this is giving me some good hits with laceration. So I wanna try Heart Seeker on my other build instead of the Forge Heart. See how much I can push the hits, the crits of. Yeah, I'm gonna try it with my challenge set. Heart Seeker with my other build. I was just playing instead of the Forge Heart. If I can get 70 million or 60 million crit, I think I can. I still don't think this would be strong on bosses, but we'll see. I'm gonna be experimenting. I'm onto something that might, with the proper god skills, might be better. Might not be better, but a different way of playing that also works for Chaos 7. With laceration. So this laceration setup with Wast Song will be something to keep experimenting with. Where is the cost? The cost is... doesn't say how much HP it costs. Consumes health instead of energy. How much though? I think it's percentage based, so even if I have more, it's still gonna consume at the same percent of my HP. But I'm seeing up to 14 million with laceration, which is not bad. Knowing that attack speed of laceration... shit. The attack speed of laceration is quite nice. And since I don't need the burning now, I can do this. And I can get this. And that means I can even do this. Although, would this be better or this one? Guess I don't need the... And now comes the real test. Scorpion, one of the most mobile when it comes to changing the direction of his attacks enemy. And there's a healer. I'm actually gonna pull the healer away from the boss. Hope it follows me. The boss doesn't follow, but the other enemies would. The healer didn't come though. He's still somewhere there. Okay, let's pull him here. Okay, the hero is killed, now I can try and do the boss. Yeah, this is gonna be very difficult with this setup. 10 times more difficult than with the other one. Because I need to stay still to do damage. And if I stay still I lose a lot of HP and there's sandstorms and all the other stuff. Shit. Alright, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, that's... There's probably a way to get this to work better though. Just so slow for the damage part. I'm not saying it's not doable, but it's gonna take forever, so yeah, let's leave the area. It's interesting setup and I'm probably gonna experiment more with it. I'm gonna try and do that damage based on how low the HP is combo with laceration and this thing. Probably it's gonna be fun. Now what I wanted to try is going back to this setup and try the Heartseeker combo instead of the Forge Heart to see how it will work. Did I change this one? No. I can do this. If the Heartseeker boosts my damage by a lot, that's gonna be nice. Of course I need to have low HP for that, that extra damage. What are the god skills? 8 cooldown reduction, okay. let's group them up. What's the map? When heroes stop fighting, they lose. Okay. Was that health? Health. Three of the big fat guys. That's a lot of one-shots everywhere. Let's pull them away from there. Ah fuck, I thought he exploded. He took a bit too long to explode. And what did I wood earlier? Grimnir something. I think this one. Keep messing up my aiming when I'm jumping. I really wish I could find a good non-jumpy build. That's why I'm gonna play with that laceration more. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. Tomorrow I wanna stream some Wosen though. Maybe tomorrow I'm gonna do some Wosen streaming for those who are interested in the game and wondering whether it's worth buying it while it's still in beta and the price is €10 lower than what it would be in the launch, and it's also 30% reduced price as a Steam winter sale. So yeah, people might be wondering, so I'm gonna be streaming it to let them decide whether it's worth it or not for themselves. I myself am definitely a fan of what they've done. As judging by the patch notes, not the patch note, but the notes they posted a few weeks ago in regards to what will be added in the final version. The beta still feels very unfinished, but what they're saying they're gonna bring on the launch feels like more than enough for a launched game. Because the beta at the moment feels like an alpha. A lot of major features missing. But they're saying that those features would be added when it launches, so we'll see if that's really gonna be the case. Right, let's go get the boss. Let's see. Look at him spamming those fire circles on the ground. So I'm not seeing higher damage numbers with the Insatiable, but I'm not I'm keeping myself at high HP. Maybe I should try and learn to keep myself at low HP, to see if the Insatiable can give me good damage. But I haven't even seen the 50 million damage I've seen on other times when playing with the Forge Heart. But it's supposed to give me more because the Forge Heart doesn't increase my base damage. It just has its own damage and that's it. But that high damage is damage from Forge Heart. Look at that. This is 396,000. This, the secondary damage from Cold to Oath is almost, not almost, more than 2 times less. So this is 50% of this damage. So that's why this is from where that big damage was coming for me when I was playing with that axe. This is why I was seeing those 50 million damage procs. Oh fuck. I did go in. By the way, did you see what happened? He was swinging, I was behind him, and his swing hit behind him. Like there's some sort of a shockwave or something that that adds to the range of his hit. And I'm not sure what happened, he killed me while he was stunned. What the fuck? Was it the fire mark that killed me? But it can't be. So, oh fuck. Come on, I keep just jumping into his attacks. And this is the easy boss that I normally don't take more than a minute to kill on Chaos 7 with this setup. No, no. Fuck, I used Cold Oath away from him. No, no. Survive, 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 survive. Alright, got him. So it's 2 in the morning here. I probably would do a bit more. If anyone wants to see me play certain character, now is the time. If you want to play together as well, tell me, we can do a few games. I did experiment with a lot of stuff today though, and probably the Conrad Pistolier build will be what I'm doing tomorrow. I could do some lesser poison build demos later, but I still want to complete Chaos 7 with the poison build. I did find a lot of versions to play it, but when it came to playing it in Chaos 7, the damages have huge damage over time resistance. Let's see. Maybe one last test with some poison stuff. Can I get this? No. Need more health regeneration, so maybe I can invest here or here. try this. Maybe it's gonna work. We want this, and we want this, and we want this and this. We have 3 points for... do I want healing or do I want damage? Crit chance, how's my crit chance? Could go for some crit chance. If I had a potion for 30% damage, that's probably what I'm gonna get, but I could also... I wanna test something. 273. Would this healing increase my health regeneration as well? 273. No, it doesn't change. Alright, let's go for flat damage bonus. And let's change to Chaos 6 maybe, because Chaos 7 seems like too slow to complete with the poison setup at the moment. But yeah, damage over time doesn't seem like the best setup for when doing Chaos 7. Maybe the flat damage blessings would be the better option for when doing Chaos 7. Please don't give me a scorpion map, because sandstorm appear on the ground together with the sandstorms of the skeleton is a lot to handle. So even on Chaos 6 my damage is very low. I guess the harder it gets, the more resistance and the more useless damage over time gets for a lesser. Once I kill my first champion though, that's gonna be... what is gonna be, 30 seconds or 20 seconds? 20 seconds with a lot of health regen. Currently there isn't much health regen going on. Why isn't there an arrow on some enemies, I'm wondering. Maybe I need to kill those. It's like telling me kill this enemy, kill this enemy. Maybe killing this enemy would do damage to the elite. Maybe that's how it works. No, it didn't. But maybe he's sharing some of his damage to those enemies. And that's why we need to kill them. Yeah, the damage is very low here on Chaos 6. Should have tested it on Chaos 5 because I would know how stronger it would be against the other Chaos 5 enemies I've tested on earlier. So now I need to quickly find an elite. Come on, where's the champion? 20 seconds. Tick tack. Wow, that's the map with the least amount of champions I've seen ever. Finally. Well, now there's two next to each other. Fortunately, one of them is a ranger, so it's gonna be a bit hard to kill the healer. Yeah, definitely takes a lot of time to kill an enemy. With the flat damage version of the setup, I would have killed this guy earlier, easier with spinning blade spam. So the best way to play for harder difficulties, the poison build, is with flat damage and a lot of cooldown reduction to be able to spam spinning blade. Because the poison damage is not gonna be the main source of damage for a poison build, unfortunately. Not for harder difficulties, but for Chaos 5 it is good. For Chaos 5 you can speed through the enemies and do some easy fast farming with the poison build. With damage over time stacking rather than the flat damage. And you can just run around, the enemies will just die by the aura and by the brambles and the dodges. So yeah, I definitely don't like the damage over time right now. And I can see this even working on a boss. We'll see though. If the elites are taking that long to kill. So a setup that uses this skill would be for speed farming easier difficulties like Chaos 4-5. Not for pushing. But all this health regeneration definitely makes me a bit more tanky. Okay, out of the 3 elites, all 3 of them are very close to dying. Okay, one of them died. Okay, I guess all the elites died. Now I can focus the boss finally. Yeah, the health regeneration definitely allows me to keep getting hit. I'm even surprised how I can keep my HP up that long and keep getting some of the hits, frontal attacks and side attacks and everything all the time. Like at the moment my health regeneration is 20% per second, that's a lot. And when I max it out, I think it reaches, after killing an elite, up to like 35% or so per second, something like that. So we got this one, but it's too slow, it's definitely not worth it, but definitely good for speed farming easier things. Let's go grab the chest. Let's open the chest while I have the blessing buff. Let's see now. Health regeneration. Oh no, it's not maxed out at the moment. I'm not in the area. Alright, let's leave this. And I'm gonna check speed farming chaos for how quickly I can clear one with this setup. And I'm actually gonna do Chaos 4. I want the Chaos 4 invasion. Chaos 4 known, Chaos 4 Norska, Chaos 4 Prague. This is the one I'm gonna try. That's gonna give me 100 more wood quality. And with the health regeneration, I'm barely taking damage over time. Probably not at all. Because I've got the resistance. I'm gonna have to push, complete this to 100% and then start farming rank 19 invasions, I guess. With a less... Chaos 4, but with 1000 extra more wood quality instead of 900 if I were to do a Grand Relic hunt. So I need to kill an elite to get that bonus regeneration. I don't think I've seen one. Oh, there we go, one elite here. 20 seconds this thing. Okay, another 20 seconds. Eternity helmet, nice. Ah, don't do this to me. Let's see if it's any good, by the way. Cooldown reduction finally. I was waiting for a cooldown reduction green, because the one I have here doesn't have some. What about counterattack damage? I do like to have counterattack damage because I'm testing some counterattack stuff on the Eternity set. It did take a long time to complete Chaos 7 with the Eternity set on a counterattack build. So yeah, I'm trying to get better gear. Maybe I can try again once I've got better counterattack stuff. And enough cooldown to spam traps. But maybe for the Eternity I would want executors rather than the assassin stuff. Come on, stop running away, elite. What sort of an elite runs away from you? The one that isn't one. Okay, leave the area. Well, since I've started doing this, might as well try and push some nodes. Let's push some nodes. Like some of the easy shit. Let's clear it. Might as well make some progress done. Maybe unlock the potions down there. If only I could play like this. Moving and everything dying. Yeah, build that can do that on Chaos 7. Would it be broken? If only. Then get me farming all the gear like that. I took the wrong turn. Gotta return. But yeah, rank 19 invasions on those difficulties would be fun, so I might as well really go ahead and push tomorrow some invasions to unlock rank 19 on all my characters. This way, yeah, that's it. Oh, and there's a chest as well. Okay, I'm gonna complete some of those easy ones again, just to make sure it's unlocked. So how many percent completion? 63% completion. Good thing I'm with the Queen's set now, cause it's just walking and they're dying from the aura. Horny chest, no good stuff. 2.3 ton, this is so low, this is not even worth opening chests on. I'll make sure I've cleared enough enemies to unlock the completion. Let's give some more here just to be sure. Come on, come on. Wondering if this is worth it on those difficulties. I'm gonna use my bloodlust now to get some fragments. Not the best map for fragments though. At least got some. Next, there's one more very hard left, and then I'm moving on to Chaos 2s, I think. Yeah, Chaos 2s. 4 of them need to be done after this. Cinch, okay. Those are good for the poison, because I'm just going in line and it's tight spaces, so most of the time they will be going inside the brambles. see. I think it's this way. Make it, make it, make it, make it. Get some fragments. Nice. That's some easy fragments. Not even gonna open the chest. So those are cleared. Now C2. I can just rush to the boss now. Twister! Hello Jude, welcome to my Twitch, nice to have you here and thanks for the follow. Feel free to ask any questions about the game or any other game I'm playing and making content for. And if you want to play together, let me know. I'm currently just doing some invasions, trying to get some of the easy nodes completed quickly with this poison setup. Just kill as you go stuff. And this is easy, this is like a Chaos 2 invasion just to get the rank 10 completed.
TwistCZTER, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Struck Club.
Okay, nice. Let's oh, I don't have enough to use my bloodlust, so let's leave. 3 more Chaos 2 ones and then moving on to unlocking the potions. Although I could move towards the potions now. Could as well move now towards that side. It's been a while since I've done invasions and I really wanna be able to use those potions in my builds as well. So might be the best time to unlock them now with this speedy setup. Hope this way where the boss is. I guess it's that way.
Just saw your message in the Torchlight Discord. Happy face, I am mainly interested in TLF.
Oh, nice dude. Which message did you see though? Which message of the O? Because I've put a lot of messages in there. Is it about certain builds or something? But yeah, Torchlight Frontiers is gonna have a wipe with update 10, which is in roughly around 3 weeks or so. And I will be starting over, so if you're playing Torchlight Frontiers, we can even play together once they wipe all the progress. But if you have any questions about the game, ask me. I've been playing it for like 9 months, Torchlight Frontiers, and this game I've played for like 6 months, I think, since June. So Torchlight Frontiers since April, this one since June. I'm not like an encyclopedia about the games, but I do have some knowledge. And if you're inside the Torchlight Frontiers alpha at the moment, don't try to farm too much. Try to just figure out how the game works, because all the stuff would be deleted anyways. So don't try to level up much. I'd suggest try all the characters now, and when they wipe everything you would know which character you like the most, which skills on which character you like the most. The game is shaping up pretty well, and if they needed to wipe, that means they changed something fundamentally, like some of the foundations that the game is built on are probably changed, like the leveling system, the progression system, questing, etc. We'll see. My guess is probably Frontiers wouldn't be tied to the skills, to skill leveling. That's one of my guesses what might have changed. And this is how you farm easy fragments. You find an easy invasion, you get your bloodlust full, and then you use some sort of aura set like Grimnir on Bragi. On Volen
It was a message about your stream this month. Laughing face. I clicked and saw that you are streaming right now. I thought that Extra didn't want to wipe the progress.
Well, they didn't want to wipe it. They really didn't want to wipe it, but they always said that if things end up changing too much, they are gonna be forced to do it. And things did end up, I guess, changing too much. But it makes sense because currently the max level is 100, but each frontier gives you 50 levels. And since they're adding a third frontier, what would that mean for the game? Would they increase the max level to 150? I highly doubt that, because 150 skill points would be very game breaking. So they probably are gonna maybe change the maximum level of frontier, or maybe they would make it so that frontier levels would not be linked to the character levels. We'll see. We'll see how it will be. But there's a lot of stuff getting added. If you know about the travel board, you would know that they're adding things like I'm just gonna give you a command so you can check the travel board. Just give me a moment, I'm gonna type it. Trello TLF. I think this would post it on all platforms.
Yes, I have access to the alpha, smiley face, and I know about the Trello.
Okay, if you know about Trello, then never mind then.
//trello.com/b/adxfw/torchlight-frontiers-roadmap.
I should disable the reading of links if I can. It just sounds funny when he's reading the link. But yeah, on the Trello, if anyone doesn't know about it, you can see the roadmap, what's coming with the next update under work in progress, and what's coming with future updates under long-term goals. And ranged weapons is something I'm really looking forward to. The third frontier, we've been waiting for over a year to have a new frontier. This even rhymes, there's the rhyme for you. But yeah, it's definitely time, starting the new year with a new frontier, with lots of changes when it comes to gear, such as authored legendary stats, authored legendary affixes. The game is shaping up very, very well. And I'm the one that has two characters at level 50 and one at not level 50, two characters at level 100 and one at level 99. So it will hurt having to level up again if the leveling is this slow. I'm thinking that they changed how the leveling works, and probably maxing out a character would not be as grindy as it is right now. It used to be great in update 4 or update 5 when I started playing. It didn't take more than 2 weeks of casually playing 6 hours max a day, sometimes more though, to level up a character to level 100. So with 2 weeks streaming, playing every day, 6, 7, 8 hours maximum a day is what it took me before to level up a character to 100. Then they changed it, and then it takes probably after level 30, 35, probably twice as much. Just to give you an easy way to understand it, one map used to give you between 30 and 35% XP, sometimes 25. So I never needed more than... Actually, sometimes there were some OP maps that would give you up to 45% XP, regardless of what level. So I never needed more than 3 maps to level up. And this is a great pace. This is a great pace of leveling up in a game. 3 maps level up. A map can take between 7-8 minutes and 30 minutes, depending on how fast you're doing it in Torchlight Frontiers. And this is perfect pacing, because the real fun comes when you hit max level and start farming max level gear of that frontier. But I think now they're changing it so that the gear doesn't tie to frontier. So if I find a level 30 item, it will be level 30 item in any frontier, regardless whether it's high vit or goblin or not. Before we had a 3 level penalty added, so if I have a level 50 item for the high vit and I use it in the goblin, it would be level 47. That's how it works right now. So first the item gets downscaled to the frontier level you're doing, then there's a 3 levels penalty if it's higher than the item level and it's the wrong frontier. So I think they're changing this whole frontier things, and they're probably removing the frontier based stats like fire resistance and
board in the long-term
poison
goals
resistance.
competitive area. Do you think that they will add a guild system or something like that?
So did you read the article that's linked in this, the article from the Escapist magazine? In the travel board where it says competitive area, it's referring to Max Schaefer giving an interview a few months ago for the Escapist magazine.
Yes, I read.
Okay, so I can't give you more information than what's in that interview. That if you've read the interview, you know as much as I do. They have not said anything about guilds so far. We have asked a few times during the live streams, and they're saying that it's a good idea, but not something that's currently in the works. Maybe they are experimenting with things like that, but what I'm assuming is they would want to have something like the Great Rifts in Diablo, where you would try to compete for time, and whoever can compete something for faster would have the ability to be like higher in the leaderboards, something like this. I hope they don't make an endless mode that is truly endless, but rather people are competing in regards to how fast they can complete something rather than how far they can get. So if there's a limit, let's say there's like 50 levels, and when you reach level 50, people would start competing in regards to how fast they can complete it rather than continuing to go further. And since the game doesn't have anything like a Paragon system that is imbalanced and that allows you to gain endless power, and it would be whoever no lives more wins, like Diablo 3. In Diablo 3 at the moment, with the unlimited Paragon levels, the ones who use bots or no lifing and playing 16-20 hours a day would be the ones that would be highest in the leaderboards. Even if someone is the best at using their build, if he plays 4-3 hours a day, he will not be able to compete with someone who uses bots to AFK level him up or something like that. And this is a thing. I've seen people using bots. I've actually saw once I joined someone's game and he seems to have been using a bot or something because he didn't reply, and he left the game open to the public by accident. That was a few months ago during the Royal Grandeur season. And I waited for the guy to exit the rift. And I'm not sure what happened, but he had the bot start a new rift. It could have been just a player that doesn't communicate, but the way he played seemed like a bot. I was following the player around and he definitely seemed like some sort of a bot player. It could have been a real player that really doesn't communicate and just non-stop rinse repeat starts new maps without waiting or anything. He didn't even pick up items from what I was seeing. So we'll see how it will be when it comes to competitive stuff in Torchlight Frontiers, but I hope they don't try to make the competitive thing being a major thing. I hope that the rewards that you can get from the competitive are just maybe some visuals, maybe some stuff for the fort. Nothing that would wanna make someone that doesn't like competing with others feel forced to do it. We'll see though, we'll see. For now, they did state that it's not gonna be a major priority for them, but it's fun to have something for everyone. For people who want to challenge their builds, even though in Torchlight Frontiers, Max Schaefer said it himself, he's not the person who wants to have to look over to Google or YouTube for builds, but rather likes to be able to sit down, pick some skills and play with the skills he's picked. If you watch the last stream, if you go on twitch.tv/play Torchlight, around the half-hour mark of the final stream from Friday, you would see Max Schaefer talk about certain things, and he was at one point talking exactly about this. How you wouldn't need to be meta to complete the game and to have a build. Builds there are very well balanced, so regardless what skills you pick in Torchlight Frontiers, you're still gonna be able to compete with the others. Okay, I didn't play this well. Perfect, I love this stage of the boss. You can just out the DPS his healing. Okay. Yeah, if you have any other questions, do ask, but yeah, when it comes to the competitive area, I really don't know that much about it. I do know that they said at the moment there is no trading in the game because they don't want black market of people selling items for real money, like in Path of Exile or like the official auction house when Diablo 3 launched before they removed it. So they don't want this happening. Maybe they said that if there's trading added late in the game, it might be in the way it is in Diablo 3. Only able to trade it for a certain amount of time and to your teammates who were in the party when the item dropped. Something like that would be fine. It would still allow you to give your friends some items that drop while you're playing together and you don't need them, and they might need them. But it would also prevent people from selling stuff for real money. The more popular the game is, the higher the chance of people actually doing that with the black market. I don't see Torchlight Frontiers being the one to attract such people, but it probably is possible. If there's people selling alpha keys and people buying those alpha keys online, then definitely there would be people selling items, not right at the launch, but when the game gains some momentum and more popularity. And I'm liking that they didn't go the Steam early access route. Steam early access is a great way to kill a game before it launches if you don't handle it well. People expect the game to be finished expect the game to be as good as a launched game when it's early access launch on Steam, and they end up whining, giving bad reviews and whatever. And thankfully they do have their publishers probably providing them with enough money to develop the game until it's ready with patience, instead of pushing them for launch. So yeah, they were at first they thought they were gonna launch at 2019, but that obviously was just a
I just
guesstimation.
like it to have some people around me to play with regularly and talk in Discord. I don't want rewards for guilds or something like that.
Yeah, that's something nice, just to have some extra chat channel, people you can talk to without having to go in Discord and just doing it from within the game. I like that too, and I don't like having to go to global chat to do it, and the game currently doesn't have actual global chat, it just has area chat. And if you change areas you won't be able to talk, and even in the area chat you only see people who are in the same seat as you. And there's gonna be multiple seats of each town outpost or something like that. So maybe if they add some sort of global chat or some sort of chat channels, it would be still better than not having guilds at all. Even if there isn't a real guild, just a chat channel that you can join, kind of like in Path of Exile, how you can join a trading channel or a LFG channel, things like that. It's always nice to have guilds. And by the way, I do have a Discord channel for me and my viewers. You can always join there and have some chats with me and the other people who are mostly playing KRPGs. Feel free to join it if you want. In the meantime, let's do some Chaos 2 here. Let's get this, let's do this one. I will be streaming this game, Torchlight Frontiers, Wosen,
Discord.
and Borderlands 3. Oh, I didn't make a Discord comment. I actually need to. I need to make a Discord comment, but the link is, it should be in the description of my channel. Let me just grab the link for you.
I think it
Alright.
worked. Laughing face.
Really? Oh, never mind. Never mind. The link is there. Thank you, Moobot. Moobot has automated integration, I
Haha,
guess.
laughing face.
Nice, the Moobot, but it's a node link, I guess. But if it works, that's fine. Okay. Well, nice to know. But if anyone wants the link, I'm gonna post the link. The Moobot posted a different link, but I'm posting another one that maybe people would benefit from. I posted it to Mixer, YouTube, and Twitch, but somehow the bot didn't post it to Mixer, so I'm gonna manually post it there. Just a moment. Alright, there we go. Posted it on Mixer as well. And I do stream on all three platforms because some people prefer one platform to watch, others another one. And it's nice to have the recordings of my streams because I've seen people watching them. At first I started keeping the recordings of my streams on YouTube to see if people watch them. And then I've seen some even old streams from a few months ago getting picked up by some people. That's why I just keep all those streams recorded there. You never know who might want to watch what. If you want to see some recording of streams of Torchlight Frontiers, I do have a WOT on YouTube. But the playlist has not been updated. I used to keep them in a playlist sorted by date, but this playlist probably hasn't been updated with the latest streams for months. Might start updating them soon. Used to do the same for all the other games I stream. But as I was saying, I'm planning on streaming and making build videos and content for this game, Wosen, and Chaosbane and Borderlands 3.
Path of Exile 2?
Well, Path of Exile, Diablo 2 and Torchlight Frontiers are in different categories. Maybe Diablo 2 and Path of Exile are in the same category, but Torchlight Frontiers is the more casual game. First, it has this more, what's it called? The shading. The shading is more animated, more cartoony shading, cell shading. and the game is suited towards a more casual sort of playstyle. It's not that advanced, it's not that difficult to make a build, it's not that gory. So Torchlight Frontiers is something that even kids would be playing, even teenagers, and if someone is a parent, they can get their kid to play with them in Torchlight Frontiers. I don't see a parent giving a young child to play Diablo or Path of Exile. But Torchlight Frontiers is something I see being popular on consoles, on Switch. Switch would be perfect for Torchlight Frontiers, or more like, should I say, Torchlight Frontiers would be perfect for the Switch console. Something to play on the go. Diablo 4 and Path of Exile I can definitely see competing for the same type of player to play the games. But as I was saying earlier, there are things in Path of Exile that definitely feel very punishing, very limiting, and removing the freedom of having fun and just leveling up for fun with friends rather than getting punished. And there's things that just make no sense, double the limits. Like, first you get punished for dying by losing XP, then you get punished by losing one try of being able to get back into the map, losing one portal more of the map you were doing. So it doesn't make sense to have both systems. First you lose XP, then you can't get back to the map without wasting a portal charge. And if you're playing with people, that's it. If 6 people are in the map, then you can't go back inside it. And as I was saying, this feels like getting fucked by 2 dicks in the same hole, in a way. To be vulgar, that's kind of how it kind of seems to me. And that's just one of the many things in Path of Exile I don't like. Of course, there's shit tons of things I like in Path of Exile. But overall, with the game progressing and all the content being added and it growing, there's been more and more unnecessary complication added to the game. And I'm a fan of minimalistic game design. The less complicated it is, the better for me. I still like having depth when it comes to making a build, but there's a limit to how much depth I like in my games. So Path of Exile is definitely not for people like me. So that's why I say that Torchlight Frontiers would be game for different type of players. Not for the players who play Diablo 4 or Path of Exile, rather for people who want something less complicated and something that they can just jump into without worrying about whether their build sucks or not, and whether they can kill this boss with those skills, or whether they would need to go to YouTube or to Google some sort of builds for the game. The only reason I see people googling builds and YouTubing builds for Torchlight Frontiers is if they want to see some fun sort of playstyle they never thought of. That's what builds would be in Torchlight Frontiers. They would provide you a different way to play the game, not the way that's effective. Some builds, of course, would be stronger because there would be synergies between certain skills and certain items, because there would be items. I'm just gonna quickly show you. You probably have seen it in the Discord, but I'm gonna show you something right now in the stream. Let me go Torchlight Frontiers, Update 9, Mayhem. There we go. So this is just some of the items that will be coming eventually in the game. Not all of them would be coming in Update 10. You see, in Update 10 we will be getting 3 for each class on the travel board. So this is some items. You can see at the top some special abilities like Pound deals 100% more damage and costs 4 endurance. Activating Pound makes your next spike drive cost no endurance. Blasting charge costing, this is actually coming with update 10, this one. Really looking forward to it. Bone Walker, together with Bone Razor you can have 3 plus 3 plus 4 skeletons when you have this shield and this sword. So this is, in a way, you don't need to use those items to be effective, but using those items would provide you with a nice kind of a necromancer playstyle where you're summoning skeletons. Combining this with a mage that summons netherlings, with Spirit Well you can have a lot of summons. Combine this with the Bane staff that summons spiders when you kill poisoned enemies. Up to 12 spiders, that means you have what? You have 10 skeletons, you have 6 netherlings, maybe even 12 if you can get the cooldown low enough and just get another portal going. Then you have 12 spiders, and then if you're on a mage and you equip an item like this one, this gives you a goblin hound, and then if you have 2 more items of the similar woods beast archetype of armor, then you can get another another hound. So 2 hounds, 10 skeletons, 12 spiders, 6 netherlings. If you wait for the cooldown and cast another spirit well, another 6 netherlings, and there you go, there's the pet build, the summoner build. So that's gonna be things that you might wanna be using if you want a certain playstyle. But it doesn't mean that you really need the build. It just means that if you want to play like a pet master, you would want certain items and certain skills and certain relics. And this is what I like about Torchlight Frontiers. You really don't feel pressured to look into builds, but if you look into builds you would see some fun ways someone might have thought of playing the game. And that's all there is about currently why people might want to see some build videos for Torchlight Frontiers. Because not everyone would know all the items that exist in the game. I mean, there are people who are updating the wiki and trying to add all the different items there. But since a lot of stuff is changing and eventually all legendaries would have those special abilities added to them, there would be a lot of builds as a result of that. What they said is that every skill on every character would have one legendary or more that speaks to it in a way. So Michael or Extra_Mayhem, who is the developer who is working on those legendary items, the legendary affixes, said that. He said that each skill would have a legendary that speaks to them. I think he already has said once that there's already 100 legendaries in the game. Not all 100 have those special affixes added to them, but we do have 100 legendaries already. Unique items, unique ones. And since there's no real sets, there's soft sets in the game, that's something great. I'm not a big fan of games like this one where you get the set and that's it. That's the set you want to be using for a poison build. Then you go into a set like this one and that's the set you want to be using for a trap build. You get this one, that's the set you want to be using for a physical damage build with Brambos and stuff like that. And in Diablo it's the same. If you want to be using Whirlwind, you need that set. If you want to be using Meteors, you want that set. If you want to be using a certain skill, you want a certain set. And it just eliminates a lot of freedom of mix matching unique items to create a set of your own. And that's another thing they said, that's the developers of Torchlight Frontiers have said that why they don't want sets. Because that's removing a lot of options, a lot of choices when it comes to gearing up. And just very limiting. And it's lazy actually, in my opinion it's pretty lazy to do something like Chaosbane. Give the players 4 sets, 4 endgame sets and that's it, they're done. There's nothing else to farm, besides sets and maybe some weapons and accessories. I would have much more fun if Chaosbane had a system where you don't have to have sets as armors, but different armor pieces that give you different things to different skills or passives or anything like that. That kind of change the rules but don't break the game. So rule changing but not game breaking modifications as a result of certain ability that an item gives you. Like an item that gives you retaliation. Grimdown has a lot of good legendaries. Like boots that when you get hit do some poisonous spikes that hit the enemies. Or boots that when you walk you're leaving a fire trail. Things like that. That's what I like to see in games. So Grimdown has very interesting itemization where you can kind of still get some sets, but you also have some unique items that you wanna use that are not set items. It is 3 AM here, so I'm probably gonna do a bit more and then I'm gonna call it. So let's do Chaos 4, Chaos 6, Chaos 3, Chaos 3. Oh, this is a horde. I do have high hopes for Torchlight Frontiers because everything I'm hearing so far has been bringing my hopes higher and higher. Starting from a neutral state when I started playing it. There are things, of course, I've not liked, as I said, them changing the leveling up speed after certain levels. Feeling really bad right now, but hopefully this changes with update 10. And for Diablo 4, I'm actually not gonna get my hopes up until the game is close to launch, and until we can see more, until we can play a beta or something. Because even Diablo 3 looked decent before it launched. We all thought, okay, that's gonna be fine, that's gonna be an okay game. But then Diablo 3 launched and I was selling items for real money, which of course later was removed, but then the game was left on just live support, kind of graveyard shift developers. At the moment I heard someone told me that Diablo 3 has only one person working on it. That's what I heard from one of my viewers. I don't think it's true, but it could be. It might as well be true. You never know. It makes sense since they're already working on Diablo 4. They wouldn't want many people working on the third game. This is Chaos 3 again. Alright, let's get this one first. I am a big fan of ARPGs though. It's my kind of gaming. I'm an item whore. I like getting wood, I like farming. So item whores like me don't like things to be too difficult, but also don't like them to be too easy.
I have to admit that I never played many ARPGs. The only games of this genre I played are Torchlight 1 and 2. I tested Diablo or Path of Exile, but only Torchlight catched me. This game is one of my favorite game series ever. I hope that TLF will be a great game and I am looking forward to it. I'm excited to see what we will get next year, smiley face.
Nice, nice indeed. I'm excited as well what we'll see next year. And have you played Torchlight 2 with mods? I'm assuming you have played Torchlight 2 with mods. If you haven't, I strongly suggest you test it. Torchlight 2 with mods, one of the most famous mods is the Synergies mod. It's on the Steam Workshop, it's free. Then there's one mod pack that includes the Synergies together with other things. Dracus mod pack is the last mod pack I was playing. Dracus mod pack kind of can give you 60 something characters, I think, to choose from. All with different ways to play them, different skills and so on. And then there's shit tons of different pets. So there's different types of fish to feed your pet that can transform them into dragons, wolves and bears and whatever you wanna think of. So you can equip different skills in your pets. There's definitely a lot of stuff in the Synergies mod and the Draco mod pack that includes the Synergies mod. Okay, let's get rid of something. I don't need this anymore, but let's see if there's anything else I can get rid of. Oh man, there's a lot of gear here. I'm gonna get rid of this. Wait, where did my green item go? Fuck, don't tell me I lost my green item. Seriously, game, are you gonna do this to me? This is the worst bug ever. I think my item fell through the ground. Well, bugs. Definitely some nasty bugs. But let's return, let's see. Let's see. It's supposed to be somewhere here, but I really don't see it. I think what happened is I paused the game while the item was mid-air, and then I threw another item, and this might have kind of gotten it glitched. And I don't even remember what dropped. I really hope it's not an accessory, because the accessories are kind of very rare to find. Okay.
I will go to bed now. Good night and see you next time.
Thanks, dude. Thanks. Good night to you too. And I will be probably doing one more map as well myself. And see you around, dude. Thanks again for coming by, for chatting. And nice to see another fan of the Torchlight series. Okay, one more map. One more map. Let's do this one. But with this much health regeneration, it definitely feels very nice to play this build. The damage may suck, but the damage over time for speedrunning easier content, it's pretty nice. And on bosses, the health regeneration really improves the survivability. I will try and get the gear back to flat damage based. Flat damage based gear with more cooldown reduction and spinning blades heroic would be the better option. Rather than using rather than using poisonous ring, I do think using Ring of the Guardian would be the better choice for the gear, and rather than using damage over time, damage and health would be the better choice, and having spinning blades being the source of damage, whereas the poison is just a little bit of extra. This is how I see this being played for higher difficulties, because in Chaos 5 it was fine playing it with damage over time. As soon as I got to Chaos 6 and 7, the damage was nowhere to be found. It's like it vanished into thin air, and I was still able to complete the Chaos 6, and for Chaos 7 I just didn't have the patience. I could survive, but the damage was so bad. I've killed enough enemies, so let's go get the creature. Let's teach him a lesson. Maybe this way. Seems like the right way. Excuse me, kind sir, do you know the way? Towards your boss's lair. Oh, let's see this. No? took a wrong turn somewhere. Must have been there. Yeah, that's it. That's the way. No, 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 no. Fuck. I wanted to move. I did want to move. Oh, at least I have full energy now. I can quickly burst him if I have full energy. Didn't even need to use my health regeneration things. Well, that's gonna be it. It's 17 past 3 after midnight, so 3:17 a.m. here at my time. Thanks everyone for joining. And there will be more tomorrow, but tomorrow it will be WoWs, and I probably would upload a build video for Chaosbane tomorrow if I manage to complete Chaos 7 with the poison build, or if I manage to record a pistolier build video for Volen. I did get Volen to do up to 50 million damage, like 49 or 51 million damage is what I saw on pistolier. It's not the best, but at least it can do Chaos 7 with a lot of troubles, but it can do it. So that's probably the build video. Tomorrow streaming Wilson. So thanks everyone for watching, regardless on what platform. Keep it cool, and until next time, goodbye.